Let's commence. Welcome to the first hearing of the Committee's inquiry into Redeemer Baptist School. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today, and I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are joining us today or watching us online. My name is Abigail Boyd and I am chair of this committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence that they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. So I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. I urge witnesses to be careful about the comments they make during their evidence and to avoid making adverse reflections about others. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants and encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of those procedures. I now welcome our first panel of witnesses. Thank you very much for making the time to give evidence. We will begin by asking you to state your name and position title, if you have one, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation. I will start with you, Mr. Gibson.
Sam Gibson. I was a former student and member of Redeemer Baptist Church until I left. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name is Michael Jones. I was a former member of Redeemer Baptist Church, a former student and a former staff member of Redeemer Baptist School. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
My name's Alexandra Garth. I was a former student and staff member at Redeemer Baptist School and a former member of Redeemer Baptist Church. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name is Adam Gibson. I am a former student of Redeemer Baptist School and an ex-church member of Redeemer Baptist Church. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about the given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. I will shortly invite each of you to make a short opening statement, and I may begin with you, Mr. Jones. But just to put on the record, there has been some media reporting in relation to the appearance of Redeemer Baptist School before this committee. Just to clarify that last week the committee did resolve to invite Redeemer Baptist School to give evidence at the next hearing on Friday. We do hope that the school takes up that invitation. I will now turn to you, Mr. Jones.
I just want to start with thanking Abigail for allowing this to happen. There's been many decades of this going on, and this is the first time that we've been able to have someone to listen to these experiences, so very much appreciate you making this possible. As I said, my name is Michael Jones. I was born in 1996. I commenced school at Redeemer Baptist School in 2001. Roughly around 2008 was when I started to be involved in the various work parties within the school grounds. Being born within the church, I attended the school, and in roughly 2010, I was moved to John Cannon's home when I was about 16. And I lived there with roughly 20 other people until the day I left the community. In 2014, I graduated from Year 12. From 2014 to 2016, I worked full-time within the building team in the school grounds. From 2016 to 2018, I was studying at uni 2 to 3 days, and the remainder of the days in the week, I was working with the same building team within the school grounds. From 2018 to 2019, I worked either as an internship or part-time within a structural engineering consultancy firm in the city. Anytime I wasn't at that firm, I was working within the school grounds, within the building team. From 2020, throughout most of 2020, I was working full-time as an engineer. but I did take unpaid leave to attend school camps and major church events. And then during COVID, from the start of 21 until the day I left, which was July 13th, 2021, I worked as a teacher and a builder at the school. And this was the only time I ever received any sort of monetary compensation for my activities within the school. I started a Master of Teaching 3 weeks after I started working as a teacher, and I received conditional accreditation from NESA on the 17th of February in 2021. And as I said, I then left Redeemer on the 13th of July 2021. In my personal opinion, I believe the Redeemer community, and especially its leadership, exhibits every aspect of a highly coercive and controlling group through many forms of abuse: financial, physical, sexual, verbal, social, psychological, mental, and spiritual abuse. In my opinion, sexual abuse was the only form I did not personally experience. Throughout my entire experience, I report it's the same leadership group across all entities related to Redeemer Baptist. The school and the church leadership are the same individuals, which consist of roughly 5 to 6 elders who are self-appointed. However, it is mainly just 2 of these elders who make the final decisions. The main one being the individual I lived in, his house, Jonathan Cannon. The leadership make all decisions and have full control over all matters such as stipend distribution. The leaders of the school, church, and related entities are all the same, and as such, their decisions have in mind the grouped success of all entities at the one time, not the individual success of each entity. The only time I was ever paid for an activity I completed within the school or church grounds was when I was recognised as a teacher in 2021. The payment was nowhere near the applicable employment award wages for relevant work activities. While most members are paid a stipend as a result of the services that they render within the school grounds, it's important to be aware that there are members who are paid a stipend even when they don't perform any tasks. This personally wasn't my experience, but I know this as there are examples of stay-at-home mums or elderly people or sick people who still receive stipends. Again, this just demonstrates it's all at the discretion of the leadership. It has nothing to do with whether or not you are performing a service within the school, but it's all the discretion of the leadership. During my time in Redeemer, I was never able to make a complaint outside of the school or the church system, nor was I ever made aware of that option since I was born into the community. I was constantly in the presence of either my family, my teachers, or my church members, and there was no separation between these social circles. I believe by keeping all financial assistance but below the taxable threshold, the leadership of the church and the school forces individuals to become reliant and dependent on their system. Without any personal assets and any super, individuals feel trapped within the system they are born into. If it wasn't for the fact that I went to uni on my own, I got a job outside of the community, I would never have seen the true outside world, and I would never have been able to save the funds to feel comfortable to be able to leave and support myself. Without this external source of income, I would have been entirely dependent and reliant on the community system, which I was born into, not one that I chose to join. You can't say someone chose to serve if that's the only example they knew to follow growing up. During my entire stay within John Cannon's home, from the age of 16 to 24, there was no external regulatory or registration visits conducted by external bodies to inspect our living arrangements. As I said, I lived with around 20 to 25 people within the home, and never during this time did I ever have a room to myself, and most of the time I shared a room with 5 other international homestay students. To my knowledge, there was no one independent of the school or the church who assessed and approved these homestay arrangements. I would urge the committee to refer to the Standard 5 of the National Code 2018 in reference to that statement. While living in John Cannon's house under his guidance, I was regularly told that I should forget how I was brought up by my family and my parents, and that John was a better example to follow and a better father figure. He regularly tried to tear my connection to my family and reinforce my connection to the church which he led. Homestay students are required to participate in weekend work, holiday work, and religious activities. They are treated as though they are born into the church community and must attend all church events as they are living with church families. Homestay students are given very restricted access to their communication devices. On average, it's about 2 hours a week or less, and this communication is closely monitored. This is because the leadership wants to be able to control the narrative being passed back to the parents of these students. Something important to note is that within school grounds, there are families who are also staff members of the school living in upstairs units within each of the heritage buildings on school grounds. These same heritage buildings are being used as classrooms at the same time that they're living in the buildings. I can give an example later on. Another thing that I experienced is that due to limited space on the school buildings, students are required to change within classroom areas, not bathrooms. I personally experienced 3 separate occasions within high school when female teachers entered these change areas while I was undressed. For teachers and members, there's no separation between work hours and home hours. Members of staff are regularly working past midnight. These especially happen around major school events and also times when the school is being externally audited. I personally experienced weeks where I was out working on various ministries past midnight on every night of the week. It's extremely important to understand that without this inquiry, many of these witnesses who are former members of the church and former students of the school would never be able to share their stories and experiences due to the high risk of defamation proceedings being raised against them by Redeemer. Redeemer will stop at nothing to protect their institutional reputation. Finally, and most importantly, while within Redeemer, members are not allowed to question. To question is to doubt the leadership and their connection to God. If members question any decisions of the leadership, they are seen as challenging their authority, questioning belief, and not trusting God's ordained individuals. Once a member demonstrates that they don't fully want to follow the leadership encourages other members to quickly treat them differently and not give them the same privilege moving forward. My hope and desire is that this parliamentary inquiry brings to light these unethical practices and therefore requires change to happen. Ultimately, I hope that the school loses its registration to teach. However, even without this, the leadership of the community, mainly Jonathan Cannon, need to be held to account for the unsafe, unethical, and fraudulent actions they have committed in the past 50 years. The school and church and all related entities should be forced to pay full market wages for any individuals performing work activities relevant to employment awards, as they were originally doing this before 1995. The school should not be able to purchase and own properties and assets which are not directly related to school use, and therefore there should be no overlap in the leadership positions between the church and the school. In the broader picture, more holistically, law reform into coercive control groups should commence in the New South Wales government, similar to the current and successful Victorian inquiry which has just happened. Independent schools need much greater scrutiny before any more taxpayer funds are granted for their use. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garth.
Chair and honourable members of the committee, thank you for giving me this opportunity today. My name is Alexandra Garth. I was born into the Redeemer Baptist community in 1998, attended Redeemer Baptist School from pre-kindergarten to Year 12, and worked at Redeemer Baptist School from 2016 until the day that I left on the 3rd of January 2021. This inquiry is 45 years in the making. Redeemer is more than an educational institution. It is part of a system of authority in which the same leadership exercise influence over education, employment, housing, finances, faith, relationships, family, and everyday life decisions. That is why understanding group-based coercive control is so important. I was born into this system. I knew no other life. So I asked the committee to consider, how can consent be genuine when you have never known an alternative? When those in authority control almost every aspect of your life, and when refusing them may cost you everything you have ever known. In Year 3, I understood that my life was not my own. In Year 5, I was suicidal because I knew that one day I would eventually have to choose between my family and my freedom. In Year 7, I was indecently assaulted multiple times by a Redeemer Baptist adult on school grounds. He admitted to the abuse, and to the best of my knowledge, it was handled internally. His immediate punishment was a ban from playing the drums in the school and church music ministry. My punishment was having to continue seeing him, serving him, and working alongside him. In the months that followed, I suffered anxiety and bulimia, losing a significant amount of weight. Despite this, I received no support from the school. Years later, as a registered nurse, I fulfilled my mandatory reporting obligations and reported the abuse to police, as my abuser was still working as a school nurse at Redeemer Baptist School. There is no denying Redeemer's academic successes. I was a high-achieving student that went on to build a successful career. But academic success does not excuse abuse, nor does it erase harm. After Year 12, I wanted to attend university. Instead, I was required to complete Redeemer's Year 13 program. I worked full-time and overtime, without wages, employment entitlements, or superannuation. By then, I had already been performing unpaid work for Redeemer since I was a child. At 22, I finally tried to leave Redeemer. I repeatedly asked to go, but for approximately 2 hours, adults stood between me and my only exit. Those same adults still work at Redeemer today. Eventually, I escaped with a backpack and a determination that my life would not end in destruction. But freedom came at an enormous cost. Despite my diagnosis of complex PTSD, the most devastating impact has been losing my family. Today, my parents have no relationship with 3 of their 4 children. Myself, my younger brother, and my younger sister, who subsequently escaped Redeemer in the years after me. I believe it demonstrates the extraordinary power of a system that can place loyalty to an institution above the relationship between a parent and their child. Religious freedom deserves protection, but religious freedom cannot mean freedom from child protection standards, workplace laws, or institutional accountability. My story is not unique. Many of the people who harmed me, enabled harm, and failed to protect me as a child remain at Redeemer Baptist School today, and many continue to hold positions of authority over children. So as this inquiry begins, I ask the committee and government regulators one question. After 45 years, we cannot change the past, but what are we going to do to protect the children of the future? Thank you.
Thank you. I will just check if Mr. Sam Gibson would like to give his statement now.
It's a long one, Chair, so I will be happy to send that through and for you to receive it that way. But I'll just say I was born into Redeemer Baptist Church. I was adopted, and as Michael said, I experienced psychological abuse, physical abuse, mental abuse, financial abuse, and sadly, sexual abuse while in their care. That's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Adam Gibson.
First of all, good morning, everyone. My name's Adam Gibson. I was born into the church in 2002. I began my education with Redeemer Baptist School in 2006, halfway through the year, I believe, and I repeated K1 the following year and continued on from there. When I was 7 years old, I moved into John Cannon's house as a homestay student. The best description that I was given at the time was that my family were moving into a new home and that the home was being renovated, so I was to stay with John Cannon for a period of time until that house was completed. I was not the only one in my family to be dispersed. Every child within the family was mixed amongst the community, bar. Apologies. All my siblings were dispersed amongst the community until my younger sister moved in with my parents, where they were staying, which was not the house we were moving into. It was still a different home within the community. Once the house was completed, my family moved into that home, and for some reason I remained with John Cannon for a year or two more. I lived there until I was 11 years old in Year 5. I then returned to my parents' house. My parents' house for only a few years until I was 15. When I was 15, I moved back into John Cannon's house due to what was seen as my behaviour not being adequate within the school. Returning to John Cannon's house was not easy. Having just familiarised myself with living with my parents again, it was a hard pill to swallow, so to say. And I remember clearly thinking at the time that I'm going to have to do this on my own. I don't have my family. I'm going to have to just stick this out. Knowing at that age that I did not want to stay there, and that meant sacrificing my family and my friends at that time to eventually leave the community and the church. Whilst I was at John Cannon's house, I witnessed the restrictions placed on homestay students. At the time, I was in high school, where I was also coercively made to attend work parties and work for unpaid labour during those years on weekends and during selected holiday periods. During that time, I experienced various mental health difficulties, which were addressed by the school. However, I believe that those difficulties were only managed as an effect to the cause. Not once was I actually asked. Not once was I asked why I was feeling this way. And when I tried to open up to my parents, it didn't go very well. To the point where nothing changed. I remained with John Cannon. I remained away from my family. And the explanation I was given is that this is the best care that we can give you. The rest of that story is in my submission. I'd like not to talk about it if that's okay with everyone else in the room. Then in September of 2020, I graduated my studies at Redeemer Baptist, completed my HSC, and I left within a few weeks. Whilst I attempted to leave, John Cannon and various members attempted for me to stay. I estimate about 6 or 7 individuals trying to have a conversation with me not to leave and to stay. I was then offered various things to stay. For an example, I was told point blankly, we can provide you with a wife and a house and a life here. I was offered a trip to Tasmania. I was told that my family were going for a trip to Tasmania, and are you still leaving the community, because we need to know, in case you're going or not, whether you're going to go on this trip to Hobart, which was very unordinary for my family in itself. After leaving Redeemer, I have not seen a single psychologist. I've come off all my medication. I am 100% better and thriving. I have a family and a little boy. And to imagine putting in what I went through breaks my heart. And I'm here today to stand up for all the little boys and all the little girls who are going through what I went through, and to tell them that it will be okay, and to bring change, because I cannot sit on the sideline and pretend it's not happening. I think I'm going to leave it there, if that's all right with everyone else.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Thank you to all of you. It is not, it's obviously not easy to come and share your experiences with us, but your experiences are incredibly valuable. I'm going to ask a couple of opening questions and then I'll throw to my colleagues. My first question is, in a lot of the submissions from some of the current Redeemer members and also from the school itself, the assertion is made that anyone can leave, that you can leave. Each of you has spoken about the moment that you were leaving and that sort of physical obstacle. But what else, I guess, prevents a person from leaving Redeemer?
I'm happy to answer. I think I said in my opening statement, it's the main thing that prevents anyone from leaving is the financial dependency on the system. You have no personal assets. You have no super. You have no one on the outside to ask for support, and also the coercive nature of constantly being told that we are the best place in the world. The world is evil on the outside. There's nothing good out there. If you leave, you're going to the devil, which was said to me. Other people were told, if you leave, you'll be on the streets, you'll be a prostitute, you'll be this, you'll be that. There's just that much, in my circumstance, that much verbal pressure to stay because this is all you know, and you were born here for a reason, and that's God's ordained reason for you. Sure, if we were to walk out the door, we're allowed to walk out the door, but we're definitely not given any support to do that, and we're definitely not given any access to our family after doing that. So you can understand how big of a decision it is for you to leave when you have nothing on the outside and you lose everything that you grew up with.
I want to touch on what Michael's spoken about, but in my circumstance, I was physically prevented from leaving. So I had a meeting with John Cannon where I just expressed my desires to leave, and then he put his phone on a timer and said, you either leave right now or you go and stay at your cousin's house, which was another family in the community. And at that time, it was probably about 9 or 10 o'clock at night, a couple of days before Christmas, and I was not prepared to leave. So I decided to move to my cousin's house after the timer and took what little belongings I had from my house over to that house. It was only the next house along because we all live in a very closed community with other houses from other people outside the community live in the community, but a lot of the houses are very close. Anyways, on the night I decided to leave, I had put my belongings in 2 washing baskets, put 1 washing basket outside, went in to get the last of my belongings, and that's when I was intercepted in the hallway by 4 members of staff, 2 teachers, 1 member of the construction team, and 1 elder who's also a teacher and director of the school. I asked to leave, and I was lucky enough to meet someone on the outside, one of my university friends that offered a place for me to stay. If I hadn't met them, I don't know if I would have been able to leave because I would have been homeless and I would have had to access resources that I had no idea were available to me. So I had messaged her and said, please come and pick me up. She drove from Kellyville to North Parramatta Oatlands, was waiting outside for me while they were standing in the corridor. The only way was past them down the stairs to the front door. And I begged them, please move out of my way. There's a car for me outside that I'm going, and for 2 hours they refused. And I remember my cousin's kids were in the next room and I didn't want them to hear the kerfuffle, and I also didn't want to give them anything they can use against me, and I knew I had to leave above reproach, so I made sure I didn't touch them or cause a scene. And I just begged them. They told me I was insane, that I needed to get mental help, and that all my questioning was not reality. And when you have 200 people telling you this, you actually start to believe, am I crazy? And after 2 hours, it was 11 o'clock at that time, and I said, I will stay, because they weren't moving. They brought my stuff that I had, my first load I had taken outside, they brought that inside, and I messaged my uni friend. I said, I'm sorry, just go, I'm going to stay. And she said, that's okay, we are going to wait. Mum wants to know that we're talking to you, not to someone else who has your phone. And because she said that, that's what I said. I decided I'm going to leave at that moment. And at that time I was sitting on my bed, and one of the teachers was sitting at the end of my bed watching me. So I had to wait for an escape and a time for them to escape. And before that, Adam had escaped a couple of months before me, and I had overheard people in the community talking about how they followed his car when he escaped. So I knew that they may follow me, so I had to protect my university friend and her family and their location. So I told her, start the car, take a photo of where you're parked so I know where to run to, and tell me what car door to run to, so they won't, so we can get out as fast as we can and give them the least opportunity to follow us. And I waited, and finally my cousin went to the toilet, and I grabbed my backpack, I sprinted out the door, ran to her car, and we just sped off, and we took 2 red lights to escape. And I remember turning back when I hopped in the car, and I saw my cousin's husband, who's a member of the construction team, run after me, and his car lights turn on because he's unlocking it to hop in the car to follow us. So I was physically prevented from leaving, and I was 22 at the time. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'd like to say, I left on the 2nd of December 1992, and most ex-members who leave never forget their date. It's like a wedding anniversary. It's like a birthday that, like, and I know you never forget it. I'd started planning 2.5 to 3 years prior to leaving. I was so naive about the whole world that because I'd been adopted and immersed into this environment of control for so long, right as a child, and you're told it's black, it's evil, your God doesn't exist outside of Redeemer. As I said, I started planning 2.5 years because I had no income, I had no support. My father had built me an aviary, and John Cannon at one stage said to me, if you're breeding birds just to earn any money, I'll come and rip it down faster than you can imagine. Another example was on all the compulsory Saturdays that we were forced to work and mow, I had an older gentleman come down and who wasn't a part of the church at all, from Brisbane Road, and he said, laddie, can you mow my lawns for me, sort of thing. And I first of all had to seek permission, because that's what you do, to breathe, to live, you seek permission from probably the elders at that point. And it was granted, and I mowed his lawns, but I had to give the money to John Cannon. And when I was having a chat to the older chap, and he goes, what have you been doing with your money? I said, well, I had to give it up. And he goes, well, every time after that, he paid me double and said, make sure you keep that for yourself, sort of thing. So the only other way that I was able to garnish any or get any money, and I apologise to my dad, but from year 10 moving into 11, I sold all my textbooks to the overseas students were coming into the school, and I probably had about $300 from that. But because I was unsure and didn't know what lay outside, as I said, I had to even wait in my mind to the end of year 12 so that I would get my HSC, because I thought, I need my HSC. I'll be nothing. I won't be able to get a job. I won't be able to do this. And so I waited 2.5 to 3 years and did my HSC. And the 2nd of December 1992 is the end of year chapel service. And that night I packed my bags. I said I'd like to see the elders. I put them downstairs, and then I waited for the phone call. I then, from there, was marched up when the phone call came through. I entered Noel's private office where the elders were, and I saw my bags on the table. Noel said to me, anything that's been given to you, you can keep, but anything that's been bought for you can stay here. And then John Cannon opened up my 2 bags that I had packed, and yeah, he was astonished that I had 5-6 pairs of underpants, 5-6 pairs of socks, tubes of toothpaste. I didn't know what life was like outside. I'd never been on a train by myself. I'd never been in a taxi by myself. We weren't allowed to play sport on the weekends. Saturdays was taken up with full-time work and school holidays. There was not a moment that they didn't keep you busy and keep you occupied to take your potential mind of what lay outside of those walls. So, yeah, there was no ability, and basically after everything, it was 2 or 3 hours, what I would say was like an exorcism, where of laying on of hands, of praying, and after my bags had been stripped and searched, went down the hall, and he said, do you know it's going to have consequences for other students within the school? Because yes, I had help and was teeing up help, and I didn't really say anything. And then he said, rightio, do your thing to another elder. And he rang a parent of the school and says, if you assist in any way, Sam, this will have serious consequences for you and your child within the framework of the school. And I didn't know, I was petrified. I thought they've rung that person that I had teed up to sort of help me for the first night. And then he took, I was one-on-one in his office, and then he turned to me and said, if you ever say of anything that ever happens in here, I'll come down on you like a ton of bricks. $300 approximately in my wallet. I had 2 bags packed, of which one had been now stripped and searched and half the stuff confiscated. I mean, I was flabbergasted to read in some of the submissions that they're pastoral care and they go with our blessing. A great blessing I went with. And so I left that night, I got to the end of the driveway, ran. I slept on the street the first night because I was fearful that the person and the family I had teed up to help me that night, they had rung because they hadn't told me who they were ringing. And so I slept on the street in the bushes, didn't get much sleep, I can guarantee that. And then I waited till that person's father left for work the next day, because I thought if I knock on the door, I'll go, oh, we just received a phone call, bugger off, sort of thing. I waited till he went to work, and then from there, they gave me assistance. I tried to get things, but I was flabbergasted to see pastoral care. I mean, some months later, I rang up and said, because people would go, oh, ring up and get your stuff back. Not that I had much, to be honest. I had lived in John Cannon's house for the last 2 years of the existence there. And so I rang up and I said, I'd like to get my stuff. And they said, put a list together and we'll see what we can do. Funnily enough, I can't remember how I got back in contact with them. When I went to pick up my stuff, absolutely everything was on that list. I didn't get a card saying, hey, good luck with everything, hope it works out for you. If you ever need somewhere to come back to, yeah, no dramas, feel free. No. I haven't seen my brother and sister since the 2nd of December 1992. This is the first time I've seen my nephew Adam in 18 years. It just astounds me to the response is, yeah, no, we provide pastoral care. And I won't go into details now, but I had talked obviously about the sexual abuse. I can guarantee you there ain't no pastoral care when it comes to the way they deal with my sexual abuse in that place.
So can I just quickly ask about that before I throw over to my government colleagues? In your experiences then with the school handling episodes of or even allegations of sexual assault,
yes,
is it dealt with internally? Are external people brought in? Do they report it to authorities? What's your experience?
Well, for me, when it came to light, because the first thing, I was on a school camp, and the first thing the principal and the pastor of a religious organisation, church and school said to me, you've got a dirty little secret and you're going to sit over there until you tell me what it is. Where was the love? Where was the care? Where was the support that you would expect from an institution like that? But it's like, because he didn't know about it, and information is power in there, because he wasn't aware of it and it had been happening behind his back, I was made to feel the dirty one, the guilty one, all in a time as well when it was happening, when my mother was in hospital and then subsequently died. And that, like, so to get back to your question, it was all, I would say, covered up internally. There was no, and more to the point, Noel and other elders used it to their advantage as any point of humiliation of any time I did anything wrong in later life through the course of the school or the church. I tried to make mention of it with an article that came out in the Parramatta Sun, and the New South Wales Education Department got involved and did an investigation. Now, I was approached by a guy on behalf of them. I won't say his name. I'm happy to provide it, and I think I've provided it in other statements, who was a solicitor working for the New South Wales Department. And he interviewed me by telephone because I lived in Victoria. I live in Victoria still. I didn't want to look over my shoulder. That's why I moved away as far as I can get. And he interviewed me over the phone, and I gave him my recollection of everything that happened. Yeah, no dramas here, fine, thank you. Anyway, the phone conversation, I said, like, is that it? That's that's all the recorded stuff. I said, out of curiosity, who's paying you? He said, Redeemer Baptist is. Someone's got to pay me. And I just took a deep breath, and I hung up the phone, and I got off to my now ex-wife, and I said, I've just splurged my guts to someone who is being paid by Redeemer Baptist. Is that not a conflict of interest? I understand you do your services, you have to be paid. And to this day, I still shake my head to, okay, why wasn't he paid by the New South Wales Education Department? Why was he paid by Redeemer? That was my understanding. And so, getting back to your question, it seemed to be covered up. And then later on, when I was feeling down a bit on the 21st of August 2019, I phoned up the school and asked, can I speak to Max Shaw? I mean, Archbishop Pell had been let out on appeal, and I was a bit unhappy, thinking, here we go, another institution gets away with whatever, not having handled the situation correctly. And I said, is Max Shaw there? And I didn't know he'd passed. They put me in contact with John Cannon. I said, John, is it appropriate for the person that you that abused me be working in the confines and around children and stuff like that? His response was, Sam, we dealt with that. I hope you can move forward with your life. And I thought, never have I received an apology for the way his father used all that as evidence or for guilt, for just... It just would have been nice, instead of being blackmailed for everything, just to be, we're sorry, and we could have handled it better. So.
In my experience, I reported the abuse the fourth time I was abused. It happened at a school Year 12 end of year function, and I was working, I was in Year 7 and working at the function, and so was my abuser. And I went to Jonathan Cannon's daughter and had told her that what had happened. She got her dad, Jonathan Cannon, and my parents, who were at the function. I was taken to the principal's office that night. Jonathan Cannon started the conversation. He sat at his principal's desk at his chair, and me and my mum and my dad sat on the other side, and he said he'd already talked to my abuser before meeting with us, and said, I don't know if I can say names, but he said, this person has confessed to everything you have said has happened. I want you to demonstrate what happened on what happened, what the abuse was. So I had to demonstrate on my mum what had happened, which was really humiliating for me, just within 1 hour after the abuse. And then he said, look at what you're wearing, that didn't help. And it's a good thing you told me about the abuse, because if you kept this a secret, you would be just as complicit in the sin as him. And I was in year 7 at the time. They were an adult, out of school. And then he said, look at what you're wearing. That didn't help. I was wearing what all the waiters were wearing that night, and all my clothes were bought by my mum. I didn't have any money. I was in year 7. So, and he said, don't tell anyone about this. And if I find out you tell anyone, you'll be in big trouble. And the next day, we were going on the church conference camp, and my clothes were gone through, and my mum took all the clothes that were deemed inappropriate that she had already bought me out of my suitcase. And I was really upset by that, because at the time I was like, why am I getting punished for this? I didn't do it. And I called my uni friend, my school friend at the time, who was outside of the community, on the landline in the bathroom, and my mum got a knife and unlocked the door and took the phone away from me. And after that, my abuser and me were kept apart. We lived in the community together, but we never really spoke. I served him like everyone, all the girls would serve people teas and coffees and things. I had to dance with him at the New Year's Eve church services, and he was, one of the common punishments was restricting someone from playing sport, or restricting them from playing in the church's singing in the church's choir. So he was taken off playing the drums, because that's what he used to play. So he stopped playing that at school and at church. And then he had a kind of a minder that was always with him. And to the best of my knowledge, he was allowed to, they just dealt with it internally. He was able to become an enrolled nurse, so he was able to pass all his working with children's checks because no one reported him. He was able to pass his APRA checks, and then he worked in the school as a school nurse. I have rosters to show that, looking after children. Despite the leadership dealing with the abuse, knowing that he abused me, they gave him access to children, hundreds of children in the years after. And when I was in my 20s, I went to John and I had a meeting with him, and I said, I didn't really like the way that was handled. And he said, you be very careful, because this place is a work of God. And if you cause trouble, which I took as go to the police, God will strike you down. And I remember just being in such fear that something bad was going to happen. And it wasn't until after I left that people helped me and gave me the empowerment to go to the police, and I made a statement against my abuser, because as I said before, I'm a registered nurse. I work in the paediatric field, and to think that there is someone who has abused a child that's in that position, looking after vulnerable children and people, it deeply troubles me. And with regards to my police investigation, my police officer, I put down all the witnesses in Redeemer who I told, my friends who are now teachers in there, my parents, the elders, and they refused to speak to the police. And the only one that agreed to speak to the police was Russell Bailey, even though I did not have any interaction with him in regards to my abuse. My abuse was dealt by John Cannon. And it just deeply concerns me that I felt like they were protecting my abuser because he was in the church and I was outside. So, and my own family as well, supporting him as well.
Chair, just more to your point about internal dealing with it. My abuser was still teaching children up until there was some noise made by that Parramatta Sun article and the investigation. I mean, I would have thought if you knew decades earlier that something had gone on like that, that would be highly inappropriate or highly wrong for that person to continue to graduate as a teacher, to graduate and become a teacher, have access to kids. But it was only when it was made light of in an article later on that did they do something about it, or to be trying to be seen to do something about it.
Can I just add, so in summary, it's not until something is in the public interest or public knowledge that Redeemer is forced to make a change for these individuals and get them in a role directly away from students. But the thing that needs to be highlighted is because there's an overlap between church and school, even though they're removed from a teaching position or a direct connection to students, these individuals are still in homes that are shared with homestay students. They're still on school grounds. They're still performing roles where they're driving cars with students. There are various activities and tasks where they are overlapping with these students, even though on paper, they're not directly connected to the students. So it's just really important to understand the overlap between church and school, and it's just continuously connected.
Exactly. I was mowing lawns and working on every Saturday with potentially my abuser within 2 or 3 metres of me, and I was dealing with my own guilt of why didn't I say anything, why didn't I do anything? Yet it's all floating around. You're all in one. It's all, that's all.
Mr. Diadam.
Well, thank you all for your attendance today and your courage. It's clearly traumatic for you to recount your stories, and I just think I'd like to thank you for your courage. Look, I wanted to ask about the ministry order and whether each of you signed the ministry order and how old you were when you signed the order.
Well, I'll start because I'm a bit older. Look, I never signed a ministry order because I left in 1992, and it was post that date when I believe someone else who had left took them to court for wages, superannuation and stuff. So I thought they probably need to. So I never signed anything, but by Joe, you never questioned anything that was. Like if you were told to do something, you did it. If you were told to live somewhere, you did it. If you were told to go here or there, you did it. You didn't give two thoughts to it. And especially for those who are born into it, and it's like a goldfish. You're in a bubble where you know no different, nothing else. And so while it wasn't written down in my day, it was certainly there in terms of voice. And if John or anyone asked you to, and especially in my case, Noel asked you to do something, God forbid, I'll maybe do that tomorrow for you. Not in a million years. But no, so it was there in verbal form, it was there in the actions, it was there in everything right that I experienced, but I didn't actually sign anything. But I was working, I wasn't getting paid now.
So the best of my understanding was that once you completed year 12, you'd then go on to do year 13. And somewhere within the year of that year 13, it would be pressured onto you that you either need to sign or you need to make arrangements to leave. That was just the way it was. If you were to stay, you were to sign. Seeing as I left in 2020 when I graduated, I didn't make that year 13. I think I made like a week into it, and then I left. So it didn't affect me at all, to be honest with you.
Like Adam, the pressure to sign the ministry order was immense, and towards the end of university I was feeling that pressure because I was quite old and a lot of my peers had signed, and I felt like it was signing my life away, and that was one of my deciding factors in leaving Redeemer, is I did not want to sign the document, and I knew that if I continued to stay in Redeemer and I didn't sign, I wouldn't be able to get married, I wouldn't be able to work and be viewed as a member in there, because everyone who has to sign has to get married to a member. You're not going to do outside. So I did not sign the ministry order, but I received a lot of pressure to sign the ministry order.
So Alexandra's spot on. There's a point in life where your life doesn't continue further until you sign that order if you want to remain in the community. In 2017, I believe, when I was 21, I signed the ministry order. No one receives any form of compensation, such as the stipend, until you are a ministry order member, to my knowledge anyway, and when I was in there, that was my experience. When I signed the ministry order, it was just what was expected. Like, that pressure was there. Everyone you knew had done that. Your parents, your leaders, your teachers, everyone's experience is what you were to follow. That's what you did. At that stage, I was very much committed to the community. I was I was second or third year of uni, very much along the lines of what I'm doing at uni is to contribute back to the community, and this is the role and purpose of my life. But I'd like to make it clear, I've never received any sort of legal advice, any sort of financial advice, because the document talks about handing over all of your assets to the ownership of the church. I never received any external independent advice of this document, and since leaving, that document's been reviewed by my own lawyers, and it's not a legally binding document. To give context, like Sam was saying, it was a verbal arrangement up until a date where the leadership saw that without that document, they could not claim the members of the church to be ministers of religion and volunteers within the school organisation, the church organisation. And so that's why, until you sign, you can't really be seen as a part of the church's ministry at the school, and you can't receive any of the stipends because that's what the document they use to demonstrate to the agencies and organisations that no, they're not working here, they're a volunteer. But the important thing to note is, if you're working full hours, and doing activities which is equivalent to an employment of that type of work, then it falls underneath the employment award. So that document means nothing. It's just a document for them to try to get out of having to pay you proper wages. And for them, it's a religious commitment to the life of the church under God, and you're committing your entire existence to the ministry of the church, which is the school, and the furtherment of that school's activities and everything. Yes, I could go on for ages.
Well, I've got limited time, but I wanted to ask Mr. Adam Gibson.
Yep.
I think in your submission you talk about attending a psychologist session. And
Yes.
I wanted to ask you about how you came into contact with a psychologist and whether that person had some connection to the church.
Sure. So I believe it was 2019. After trying to talk to my parents, we got into a bit of a fight. I wasn't behaving at school. The church saw that the church and the school believed that I was not behaving at school. So, as I said, I was living with John Cannon at the time. And for some reason, he wasn't. I think he was away on a school trip. I believe it was an outreach program of some kind. And for that short 2-week period or week period, I was staying with my parents. And we got into a fight about my behaviour, and that's when as I said in my submission, I basically told them that I was not happy, I was not okay, and it was kind of brushed off like, you're in the best place for your care. And at that point, I saw there was no point in trying to fight them, and that's when I just wanted to leave and I wanted to get out, and I just had enough, which, as I said in my submission, got to quite a climax. And in that, it wasn't until that point in which I started to receive help. At that point, after I'd explained what was going on and tried to say something, it wasn't until I took action on my own hands to try and do what I believed was best for myself, was that they then thought, okay, now he needs help. Now that something's happened, he needs help. And the police and the ambulance are involved. Now we're going to give help. No preempt as to what was going on. At that stage, yes, I did see my GP, my local GP. My GP then did a risk analysis, included suicidal intent, which was nil. It did include some self-harm, which was obviously evident. And at that point, he then referred me on to a psychologist who was external to the school. She was separate to the school. I have no known connection between the psychologist practice and the school. In saying that, the first few attendances that I was there, John Cannon was there, my parents were always there, and the pressure to not say anything that would then get relayed back to my parents and John
about
Cannon.
that situation. So I mean, John Cannon has no legal responsibility for
Correct.
you.
Correct.
He was sitting in on a session with a psychologist.
Correct. For at least one.
Did the psychologist not sort of object to that?
So the psychologist in the first session was the session that I clearly, vividly remember him being there. And to the best of my recollection, me, my parents and John Cannon were in that session, at which point she asked for the situation and what was going on, in which I didn't say anything. John Cannon and my parents explained the situation. And then he asked the parents to leave, and then she spoke to me for the continuation of that session. Being a child, however, I did not fully understand or grasp the concept of client confidentiality, and I did not understand that what I say will not get relayed back to them. It took me quite a few months and quite a few sessions for me to realise, I can actually trust this person. And by the end, after about a year or two of seeing that psychologist, yes, I did get to a point where I trusted her completely. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah.
And just on that as well, it also shows, I think a couple months ago, I contacted her to get just some medical records for my own recollection and my own knowledge. And during that, it was via Zoom, and during that session, she was so happy. It was actually quite emotional to see the person that I saw as a safe haven for 2 years, and to honestly brag and show her how far I've come and how good I am doing was quite an emotional experience.
Ms. Garth?
Like Adam, when I expressed my suicidal ideation when I was 10, I told my dad, because I was in the middle of punishment, and I said to him, I want to kill myself, I hate my life. He got John Cannon. John Cannon heard my complaints and said, you can't just say those things, and I don't know if I can get into depth with this, but he said, you can't just say those things and get away with it. You still came here for punishment, so that's what you're going to get. And he helped my dad hold me onto my parents' bed so my dad could continue his punishment. And then I was taken to John Cannon's house to play board games with his daughters. And then I was taken to Westmead Children's Hospital for a psych analysis at the emergency, and then was referred to a psychologist in Westmead. At the time, John Cannon came to my appointments. He came to the hospital visit with my parents and an auntie, a wife of one of the elders. So all four of them came in the car with me to the hospital, and then came to my appointments. I have documents with my mum signing that my medical information will be shared with John Cannon. I was also, like Adam, I was in Year 5. I was terrified of telling the psychologist the truth about what my life was like, because I was so scared of getting in trouble at home. I'd come in because I was being punished, and I thought that would happen. I didn't know about confidentiality. And I was so scared as a child that all the adults were against me, and that they were, that they had kind of an ear to the psychologist. And in regards to that, I met with my psychologist after the year I left, and he was so lovely. He actually remembered me, which I thought was amazing, because that was over 10 years before. And he said, I remember your situation, and I remember thinking it was odd, but I can't judge people coming through the door. But he didn't understand, because I never opened up to him because I felt so scared. So I never opened up to him about my experience. So he offered any help he could to help my siblings if they need help, and gave me all my patient notes and went through them with me. And that was just a really full circle validating moment with my psychologist.
Just before I pass to Mrs. Merton, when you say receiving punishment and that they assisted your father to punish you,
down.
what was that punishment?
My dad was going to spank me on my parents' bed, and I didn't want it, and I said no, I hate my life, and I just snapped after years of bottling it up. And then John Cannon came into my parents' bedroom and said, he listened to, because I think my dad was just taken aback because I'd never opened up like that, and then he consulted John, because as everyone does in there, you get John involved. And John came into the bedroom and listened to me and said, well, you can't just say that and get away with it. And he held me down on the bed so my dad could hit me. And I was struggling underneath them. And then they managed to hit me 3 times on my upper thigh, but I was struggling. And then I was taken to his house after that and played board games with his daughters, who are about 3 to 6 years older than me.
So hit with the hand?
Hand, yeah.
Chair, can I just
Sorry,
on
yes.
punishment? Within Redeemer, the church, I received the cane paddle and leather strap up to about 50 times over the course of pretty much my abuse through to when I left in 1992. For me, there was no distinction. Like, if I was naughty at school, sometimes I'd get the cane at home back in the church, and vice versa, depending on the circumstances. Even my own father would testify that probably on 99% of the occasions, and it's because I was put round different homes within the church as well, but on 99% of the occasions, he wasn't even notified that I'd received the cane. For what for? And we're not talking about me running around with a machete or breaking into homes. We're talking about potentially just being stubborn and saying I'm not doing that because I felt controlled and not wanting to do exactly what they wanted me to do. So punishment is rife, and it is used as a weapon in there. And as I said, in my years, it was just dished out like there was no tomorrow. So yeah.
Thank you. We are running a bit short on time, but go ahead. Mrs.
Thank you very much, and could I thank each one of you for your participation and really recognise, the experience this is to be drawing on these examples and acknowledge that. Thank you very much. Maybe if I could start with Mr. Gibson, and then this is probably also Miss Garth or other people. At any time before lodging your submission and I guess participating here today, did you report to New South Wales Police any of the allegations, that raised concerning the improper treatment, the sexual assault at Redeemer Baptist School?
Yes, I did. There was another case that was happening. I won't go into details. And I was up here for those 3 weeks where another member was on trial for abuse. And when you're a young kid and when you're a young kid and abused, and I thought it was all over and done with, it took a long time to really pluck up the courage. And when I saw the strength of that person through that court process, I decided, it's probably time now to like, it's so many examples, because me, I thought I was the first one to ever go through something. So you just keep quiet and you just, bear the guilt and that. But yes, I did. I went through to New South Wales Police. I reported it. And basically from the police perspective, that I was told that the witnesses I had put up, they couldn't remember anything. And I'll never forget the words in the paperwork that I saw coming back, that they were dropping it to, I apologise. They were dropping it due to the fact that they didn't deem it in the public's interest, which floored me, because I know it's historical, and the fear, especially when leaving Redeemer, that Noel had said to me that night, if you ever speak of anything that happens in here, and I'll come down on you like a ton of bricks. Well, I'd live with that. I had $300 and half my stuff taken, and it's to try build a life. And so it floored me that they didn't feel it now it was in the public's interest.
All your witnesses from
Thank
the
you.
team?
No,
Okay.
no, not all witnesses. Okay. It was just the perpetrator was from Redeemer, and I had external witnesses to try, but they were all ex-members, and again, their knowledge of what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Miss Garth.
In my experience, I went to the police after I left Redeemer and reported the abuse. The police were incredible and were very sensitive and dealt with it really well. They tried to contact all the witnesses I put in, who were mostly in the church and in the school, and I think the only one they all just evaded his calls, and the only person who spoke with police was Russell Bailey. And my outcome went through the courts. He was charged with 3 counts of indecent assault against a minor under the age of 16. He got found guilty on 1, which was incredible, seeing as it was over 10 years after the abuse, and historical crimes are really hard to convict, let alone when majority of your witnesses refuse to testify. And then they appealed it, and then it got knocked back on the appeal, and so he got off the charges. But again, if the people who I told of the abuse and had my best interests at heart and spoke with the police and were willing to speak with the police, it may have been a different outcome, but they protected him.
Just to expand on that a little bit for me, because I've been dealing with this guilt for so many years, I actually approached redress after the Royal Commission into historical sexual abuse. At that time, which I regret now, I didn't participate because I wasn't right in the head. I mean, I've never been to a psychologist. My psychologist was Noel Cannon, and the way he dealt with me that night when it came to light. Not the sort of best form of psychologist to have, but anyway. And so I did apply to redress, and they investigated and they had a look. And I was astonished at the findings that they came back with. And they said, due to the fact I knew my perpetrator prior to the abuse, they could not hold the institution responsible for the abuses. And I thought, but we're living in a cult, we're living in a community, basically all closed in together. Of course we know everybody before any abuse happens. And afterwards you're subjected to even your abuser being within that confines. And so for me, because the control, so I put it in an analogy that because everyone has moved around, everyone is split up, the elders make decisions, the institution is responsible for everything, you don't question it, and that's shown in a ladder through the ministry order, that I put in the analogy of they bought the gun, they bought the rounds, they cleaned the magazine, they loaded the weapon, they cocked the weapon, they didn't actually pull the trigger, the perpetrator did that, then he handed the weapon back to them, they cleaned it, they cleared the chamber, and they put it away so no one would ever know what had gone on, and dealt with it that way. That's all I'll say on that.
We are quite over time, but Mr. Ruddock, did you want to ask a question?
Look, I would like to thank you for your powerful and moving testimony, and I'm pleased to see that the 4 of you have started to put your lives back together and you're going well. So well done. Now, you were in the community and you obviously had an internal debate about leaving, and you did leave. I'm guessing there must be other people in the community who've had a similar debate and for whatever reason have not bitten the bullet. What can the outside world do to help those people to make the decision that you people have made?
Can I answer? So it just goes back to what I said. The world operates on money, and the fact that you do not have any financial backing and have none of your own assets, you have no control and no security to leave and to get out. So the number one thing that can help people to leave is to give them the financial support they need to make their own decisions. Financial freedom provides freedom of choice, and then you can decide what you want to do with your life. If my sisters in there currently were given full wages and they had that income which they could choose to do with whatever they wish, and they decided to give that back to the church and back to the school however they wanted, that's up to them. They've chosen to do that. But currently, right now, they have no choice to do with what they want with their life because they're dependent on that system that they were born into. Something that would be great for this inquiry to set up would be force the school, in a sense, to back pay and to future pay, set up those wages like any employment should happen, and use those back pay funds to set up a trust fund or set up a compensation plan in some sense to be available to those who decide to leave, so that when they leave, they have a place to stay, they have rental income, they have income to pay for rent, they have the basic necessities and needs taken care of. They have those simple things that any person would have if they had a supporting family around them until they're able to be independent and make decisions because their brain is now functioning on their own. It took me 3 months to be comfortable to make any sort of minor decision on my own. I was always asking someone else, "Oh, what do you think about this? What do you think about this?" And I think it was years before I ever made any major life decision, because it's such brainwashing that you go through, and you take so long to realize, oh, I'm an individual with independency and I can make my own decision. And so it just goes back to, if you have the finances to be comfortable to make a decision, then you can decide what to do with your life.
Thank you, that's very interesting.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we are out of time. I think we could talk with you for many more hours yet, but that would be exhausting for yourselves as well as us. Thank you so much for the time you've taken and for your submissions. To the extent there are questions, supplementary questions coming from the committee after this, there will be 14 days to respond to that, but the committee secretariat will be in touch. But that concludes our time with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just check that everyone's ready. Excellent. Thank you. I now welcome our next panel of witnesses. If I could ask each witness, starting on my left with you, Mr. Frost, if you could state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Yes, good morning, Chair and Committee. My name's Glenn Frost. I was a child at Redeemer Baptist Church. I was a student at Redeemer Baptist School. I was a staff member, a member of the executive and a director of all of the school entities for a period of 10 years before I left.
Thank you. And the oath or the affirmation?
I'm taking an oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Deputy Chair and committee members. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Hannah Gauchi, and I was a student at Redeemer Baptist School from kindergarten to year 12, a member of the church and a teacher for 19 years at Redeemer Baptist School. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
And good morning. My name is Ian Murray Garth. I have been a member of the Redeemer Baptist Church for something like 45 years, a full-time teacher for 24 years, and have had 5 children going through the school, so I'm acting also as a parent of the school.
Thank you.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. I'd like to invite each of you to make a short opening statement. Again, I'll start with you, Mr. Frost.
So again, good morning, Chair, Deputy Chair and members of the committee. My name is Glenn Frost. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to appear here today and to share my experience. I spent 44 years as part of Redeemer Baptist community. I joined as a 3-year-old, as most 3-year-olds do. I attended Redeemer Baptist School, where I completed my secondary education. From there, I spent almost 29 years working full-time within the organisation in construction, property management and executive leadership. For around 10 of those years, I served as an elder of the church and a director of all of the Redeemer entities. I want to make something very clear from the outset. I'm not here because I oppose Christianity, and I'm certainly not here because I regret serving God. I am a fully committed follower of Jesus Christ. In many ways, my faith is stronger today than it ever has been. I'm here because I now believe that what I experienced was not simply religious commitment in service of God and his people, but a system of group-based coercive control. That experience is entirely different from the church community I attend today. The hardest part in all of this is that I didn't understand what was happening to me. I genuinely believed I was free. It was only after leaving that I realised I had never truly been free to choose. Everything in my life existed within the one institution: my church, my education, my work, my home, my friendship, and my community. The same group of leaders exercised authority across each of those areas. Over time, obedience to that leadership became indistinguishable from obedience to God. Many people, including myself, sincerely wanted to dedicate our lives to serving God. That desire is honourable and should always remain a genuine freedom. The problem arose when the authority of human leaders became so closely identified with the authority of God that questioning leadership came to be seen as questioning God himself. When human authority has no clear boundaries and no meaningful accountability, it can cause profound harm. In that environment, people were not genuinely free to decide how they worked, whom they married, how they managed their finances, where or with whom they lived, how they served, what colour car they drove, whether they could have a beard or not, when and where they went on holidays, or ultimately when they could leave. When I left at the age of 47, I walked away with my wife and 3 children. At that time, after almost 3 decades of full-time work, including 10 years in executive leadership, I was being paid less than $26,000 a year. To make ends meet, our family relied heavily on Centrelink family assistance payments and a healthcare card. I had no superannuation, no significant assets, and no financial security. I had to trust that I could find employment, provide a home for my family, and build a future that I had never been prepared for. The question before this committee is not whether people made sacrifices. The question is whether those sacrifices remained voluntary, or whether they were sustained through spiritual authority, financial dependence, social isolation, and fear of what would happen if you left. My hope is that this inquiry will help the New South Wales Government better recognise group-based coercive control, strengthen protections for those who wish to leave high control organisations, and ensure that genuine faith, genuine voluntary service and genuine freedom of choice are protected for future generations. My hope is that no child grows up believing they are free, only to discover decades later that they never truly had a choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Gauci.
Good morning, Chair, Deputy Chair and members, and thank you once again for this opportunity. My name is Hannah Gauci, and my submission is not based on a brief association. As I said, I taught at Redeemer Baptist School and was a member there for many years. During those years, I was paid a stipend of less than $23,000 a year, out of which I paid tax, health insurance, and Russell Bailey also asked everyone to make a contribution of $500 per month to board. At Redeemer Baptist School, there is no sick leave, there is no annual leave, there's no long service leave, there's no superannuation, there is no HR support. If you want support from someone, it's from within the school, the church. It's all intertwined, as has been spoken of. When I left the school, the parents and the students of my class were not informed of my leaving. They were not told where I had gone. You can imagine my distress upon leaving the school, that I did not get a chance to say goodbye to those children. I considered myself a professional in my occupation, and the awkward nature of social interactions afterward, where parents didn't know why I didn't turn up to teaching the next day. As you can see in my submission, I was asked to leave. From my earliest childhood memories, one of the strongest and most consistent messages communicated within Redeemer Baptist was whoever chose to leave, the members were described as having turned their back on God, followed the world, wanted to make money, or left what God had specifically told them to do. These phrases were not isolated comments, but formed a part of the culture in which I was raised. As a child, student, and later teacher, I came to understand that leaving the community was portrayed not simply as changing employment or church affiliation, but as a spiritual failure and an act of disobedience to God. Those beliefs profoundly influenced my own thinking when, after much prayer and careful consideration, I concluded that God was actually leading me elsewhere. I was determined to leave in the right way. My intention was to act honourably, transparently, and with Christian integrity. I informed the elders of my decision well in advance, accepted a later commencement date with my new employer, and I made it clear that I intended to remain until the end of the school year to fulfil my responsibilities to my students, to the parents, to support any colleagues, and to ensure that a thorough handover was given to the incoming teacher. My submission demonstrates that despite my repeated efforts to leave respectfully, and despite providing Redeemer Baptist School with numerous opportunities to respond with Christian virtues, the Christian virtues it publicly professes, those opportunities were not taken. Instead, I experienced treatment that I believe raises significant concerns regarding employment practices, coercive control, and the exercise of authority within the organisation. It's my hope that by sharing my experience, the committee will gain a clearer understanding of how the culture and governance of Redeemer Baptist School and its associated organisations can affect adults who seek to leave in good faith, despite having devoted decades of faithful service. I believe it warrants investigation by the Fair Work Ombudsman. Teachers who leave should be provided with financial support, or as stated in Redeemer's ministry order document, and I quote, "The elders will at the same time assume an appropriate pastoral concern so that the departing member is treated with due care and Christian charity." There was no due care or Christian charity shown to me. I was asked to leave the school 6 weeks before the end of the school year with no explanation or reason. My conduct during my teaching career was flawless. I prided myself on being a good teacher, and there was no reason given for my dismissal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Garth.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. My life was deeply intertwined with Redeemer for nearly half a century. I was a church member for more than 45 years, from the age of 11, a full-time teacher at Redeemer Baptist School for 24 years, a ministry order member for 20 years, and with my wife Lynette, a parent of 5 children who went through the school. I grew up with, worked with, and shared life with the people at Redeemer. And there is much about Redeemer that I continue to admire. It offered many people fellowship, belonging, and purpose. And I understand the glowing accounts of current members, because for decades I could have given one myself. But those positive experiences do not cancel the experiences of people for whom the system does not work. C.S. Lewis warned that a tyranny sincerely exercised for the good of its victims may be the most oppressive. The elders were seen as benevolent spiritual leaders, but church and school were deeply intertwined, and the same people exercised spiritual, educational, employment, and community authority. That concentration of authority created dependence. For instance, the modest ministry order stipend left us dependent on the church for accommodation and other necessities, while limiting our ability to accumulate normal lifetime assets. For our family, this was not theoretical. Our decision to leave was delayed for years because we owned neither a house nor a car, had no significant savings, and did not even have a rental history. Over my decades at Redeemer, I observed the normalisation of many recognised indicators of group-based coercive control. For instance, demands for obedience, intrusion into personal decisions, spiritual pressure, isolation, and an escalating pressure to conform. My submission documents what some of this meant for me and my children. And other evidence you've heard before this inquiry describes families divided, young people leaving with few resources, education decisions modified, unpaid labour, and shunning. I am not asking government to interfere with sincerely held Christian beliefs. I am asking that the ordinary safeguards protecting students, families, and employees remain effective even within closely integrated religious communities. I hope this inquiry recommends independent governance and complaint mechanisms, proper protections for students and employees, and effective regulatory oversight wherever church, school, employment and community authority are concentrated in the same hands. Redeemer has done a great deal of good in many people's lives. I do not want that good destroyed, but people have also suffered significant harm. I want safeguards that preserve what is good, while ensuring that the leadership and the practices which have caused this harm do not continue unchecked. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to start with a couple of questions before I throw to my colleagues. I wanted to start with you, Mr. Frost. Your experience with the management and the governance arrangements at the school as well as the church put you in a very interesting and useful position for this committee. Can you explain to us, I guess, how the school operates in terms of that distinction between church and school, and how that might compare to what we would assume to occur at other schools?
Yeah, I guess I can't speak on what you would assume to be normal for another school, but I guess I can. I mean, like, my kids have been enrolled in a high school since we left, so I've seen that school functioning in a completely different way to the one that I operated in. Like as has been testified to all the people here, it's perhaps difficult to understand the complex way, or rather the simple way, the whole institution, everything is intertwined into one life. I mean, it began as a church. It started the school on the weekend. They're quite proud of that. But starting a school on the weekend, I would have thought it would take a bit more thought and a bit more process and a bit more I guess, a bit more research before starting a school. But the school was started on the weekend. And look, it developed into what it is at the moment. As I said, for 10 years, I served as an elder at the church and as a director of the companies. To be honest, I think it was a matter of a constitutional requirement to have a certain amount of elders and directors in the school, so I was called on for that role to fill some numbers of departing elders and board members of the school. So look, there is a constitution, there is things set up and governance of the school. They would probably be able to tick most of the boxes, I guess, in principle, in theory. Whether that is practiced, I would question. To demonstrate, I guess, the way the church and the school are intertwined, the church leadership, of which I was part for 10 years, would have probably 2 or 3 meetings a week, church-related meetings. One of those meetings was on a Tuesday night, which would go for extensive hours. Occasionally, at the end of that meeting, it would all of a sudden turn into a school board meeting with exactly the same people in the room, where finances would be presented with no prior opportunity to review the finances, no prior, I guess, agenda of a meeting or what was going to happen. It sort of just meshed into the same meeting of the same people, and a handout of finances was ticked off, or school agenda things were spoken of, and basically it was a participation. Not sure if this is answering your question.
No, it is. I guess, sort of just to move on from that then, so all of the directors are volunteers effectively then? There's no
Correct.
paid positions there, just
Correct.
the stipend amount. And we've heard that the teachers from, I believe it was in the mid-90s onwards, began to get this sort of stipend rather than a salary. Is that stipend the same amount for everybody in, like everyone who actually signs the ministerial order?
To my knowledge, yes, everyone is paid the same amount, including the principal, including the headmaster.
So if the school is getting funding from the government and it's getting funding from from students, and it's also getting, as I understand it, there has been property and donations made from people within the ministry. I guess what happens to all the excess then? All of that, where does the rest of that money then go?
Yeah, I guess most of you would be aware that there is a huge property portfolio, of which I maintain the entire portfolio as part of my role. They are continually purchasing properties for their own staff dwelling. So teachers are living, the community members are living in homes owned by the school. There are campsites, there's properties down there which they've bought a lot of property for school camping programs, which are also used as staff holiday houses. So yeah,
What's the value of that property
the
portfolio?
property portfolio, look, I would say it would have to be up near 100 million, at a guess.
100 million?
140 million? 140 million.
For how many properties?
50 or 60? 50 or 60 properties.
And they're all used for the school, or they're...
Well, no. I mean, many of them are used to house the staff. So properties of the ones that these guys have been talking about, that they've grown up living in, would be owned by the school, as to my best knowledge.
Can I ask which entity owns the properties?
I would believe,
school,
I think it's the Redeemer Baptist School owns a significant part of the property portfolio.
Can I ask also, just in terms of I think in your submission you said that the services that are provided to the school are provided by other entities. And so I wanted to ask whether the charge out rate for the services to the school reflected the actual cost, or was this was that arrangement a way of funneling funds that are provided by the Commonwealth to the school effectively into the church?
Yes, the school is staffed predominantly by members of the church in the ministry order who teach at the school. So the majority of the staff at the school are from that ministry order. Like I said, records of finances were never emailed. I have no access to those, records of those financial reviews or reports anymore. They were submitted, tabled at these meetings, and then spoken about and handed back, and governance done. But I do recall that there was a transfer between the school made to the church that was spoken of as... Now, the figure of it, from my memory, would be at current award wages. So that figure for the amount of staff that were teaching at the school was transferred to the church to cover the ministry of teaching provided by the church to the school.
So not at the stipend level, at the
Not
full...
at the stipend award, correct.
Right, and that became an asset of the church. So, and so the those assets that are owned by the school, some of them are being used effectively as accommodation for church members. Is
Correct.
that right?
But
because their staffing and the church membership are blended, it's hard to disentangle the two.
Correct.
Okay, can I ask it? Oh, sorry, am I
No,
to
please.
keep going? Can I ask Ms. Gauci? So your circumstance in your submission is quite unusual. Did you, when you applied for a job outside of Redeemer Baptist, was that a conscious decision to actually leave the church, or did you think that you would be allowed to obtain employment outside of Redeemer Baptist and still maintain your membership of the church?
Oh no, there's no way I would have been able to teach outside and still remain a member of the church. That's
Right.
a non.
So it was clear that when you applied, you knew what
I
you were
knew
doing,
I would
the
have
consequences
to leave.
would be. And so in your submission, it suggested that the school refused to provide the relevant information about your teaching record. So could you perhaps elaborate on that situation and how that impacted on your ability to obtain employment going forward?
So I spoke to Jonathan Cannon, who is the principal of the school, and I spoke to him up until when I went to have an interview for this job with a well-known school in the inner south that I'm still teaching at now. I had to do it in a locked room. I had to block out the windows so that no one could see what I was doing, because I knew if they found out I was doing it beforehand, I would get in trouble. So this is before I said anything to Jonathan Cannon, because I was terrified about getting in trouble that I was actually applying for a job. To be honest, I didn't think I'd get the job. It was a last resort because I knew from previous experiences that I wouldn't be leaving with any money. I had no money, I had no superannuation, I had no assets. I had been paying for a car that I had asked to purchase through the school, and I'd paid up to $8,000, and I was hoping I might get that back if I left the car there. When I got the job, I went straight to Jonathan Cannon and said to him, I've applied for this job, I've been accepted, I will begin next year, but I will stay until the end of the year, and I will do a complete handover to the next people, taking on my responsibility, which was large. I was also running the after-school care program. There were 2 kindergarten classes, and I was significant in that area of school. At that point, he said to me, you're making a big mistake. This is not what God's called you to do, and don't say anything to anyone else about what you're going to do. I will tell the other members of what you're doing, which meant I couldn't tell my friends. I had tried to make it clear that I had started moving my belongings out to my sister's place. It was during COVID as well, so it made it all very difficult because there were certain distances we were and weren't allowed to go at that time. But it looked to my friends at Redeemer like I was doing something secretive when I had in fact told the elders of my intention. I then was asked for a meeting with the elders to say that could I please buy the car when I get paid at my new job, could I please continue to pay for the car so that I had some means of transport, which was denied on that meeting, which was the 17th of October 2021. Categorically, no way will you be taking the car with you. And I was too scared to ask for the money back at that point. I did ask later on in another email. It was a room of 5 to 6 men. I had no support. I was told when I went into that meeting to make sure that my phone was off and that I wasn't recording any conversations that I was having with them. And at that point then they said, after I'd asked about the car and they said, no, I got up to leave and they said, oh, sit back down. We want to talk to you now about your future. We want you to actually leave now. We don't want you to stay till the end of the year. And I remember saying back, I beg your pardon? What do you mean? And they said, we want you to leave now. We don't want you to continue teaching. And I said, so you're telling me, even though I've offered to stay to the end of the year and continue my job and my role here, that you want me to leave now? Yes, we want you to leave now. Which made it awkward. I didn't have a car, obviously. I wasn't allowed to take the car. I was offered no support in getting my belongings together. I had to ring my sister before I took out the SIM card to hand back because they wanted, the only message I got was hand in your SIM card and your keys to the car and the school property, and then I had to leave. And subsequently, no parents of the students that I taught were told, in fact they were told they didn't know where I was. The children, you can imagine, it still distresses me now to think about those 5-year-olds who didn't know where the teacher went. So I hope I've answered your question now.
Just on that SIM card point, because that's come up in a few of the submissions. So the school paid for the SIM card,
the phone plan,
gave
yes.
you the phone plan. Were you permitted to have a separate phone if you wanted one, or is it?
No. I did have a separate phone, but I had it secretly set up with not activated yet, but I had it just in case.
Was the school phone ever monitored?
Well, I don't know, because when they said to me, I said, but why am I being asked to leave when I've offered to stay? And they said, you've been communicating with other members outside the ministry order. And I said, well, who? And they said, well, Michael Jones. They would have no way of knowing that unless they'd been monitoring or following me, or no way.
I could definitely say that the school phones are monitored. Telephone records are looked at, numbers reviewed, and to see who they might have been calling, particularly after they left.
Can I ask just, so Glenn, you were an elder. How are the elders chosen? So I like in terms of like I understand. So Redeemer originally left the Baptist Union. So
Correct.
My understanding of Baptist churches is they're generally pretty democratic, and that the pastor gets elected by members of the church community. But that clearly isn't the case in Redeemer. So who actually decides who controls all the assets? In a legal sense, I suppose.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, in terms of the first group of elders that were brought together, I would have been 0 years old, so I'm not sure. But from my understanding, they were self-elected. It was a group of men that moved away from a local Baptist church and started their own church. And those men were the leaders, self-appointed, and remained the leaders until they either parted the church or parted this earth. And then the next group of elders prior to myself were basically made up of their own children. again self-appointed or appointed by the current leaders. And then recently, probably 10 years ago, 15 years ago, I was invited to a meeting along with another gentleman, and said that the elders had met and decided that the two of us would be appropriate candidates for eldership. Would we take on that position, basically, and given a week to consider it and pray about it. And I think the church membership, from my memory, were just made aware that that was the decision that was made. There was no democratic, no formal vote. There's no voting system to see who is made. They were encouraged to I guess, share their opinions, but I think if any of them were brave enough to say that they might have made a bad decision, that it wouldn't have gone down well and nothing would have changed.
So there's no church constitution that members would be aware of? You join the ministry order, like...
Look, there's no accountability of finances, of decisions made by the eldership to the general congregation. There's no church meetings that would, I guess, discuss finances of the church or finances of the school, for that matter.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, each one of you, for your contribution and for your personal stories and reflections. We acknowledge those. Mr. Frost, in reference to your reports of sort of underpayment, or the $23,000, and the absence of superannuation payments, have reports been made to the Fair Work Ombudsman on that?
Maybe historically, but not that I'm personally aware of. I guess you're on that. Only by departing members, if they have. Yeah, not by current members.
Yeah. And Mrs. Gauci, I note that you were in communication with NESA on this issue.
Yes.
I'm just wondering what the response might have been to that underpayment and absence of superannuation.
That was not the concern I raised with NESA. Yeah. To be honest, I didn't feel I would have the ability to question, because of the way that Redeemer have set up their situation. I felt personally there's no way I could fight against this. My concern was that without my knowledge or consent, Redeemer Baptist School went into my NESA, and they may have permission to do that as, well, they're not employers, I don't know what you'd call them, but they have the ability to go into my account and cease my employment at the school. And my concern is their big push is that they're all volunteers, and yet a NESA registration document, as you can see in my submission, has it here, employment history and employed from and employed to, and you can see the date there. They went in on the 19th of the 10th, before the end of the school year, and ceased my employment at that point, which then put me in a very difficult situation as I was up to getting my accreditation, well, my normal accreditation, 5-yearly accreditation, where I have to make submissions. I was getting emails from NESA asking where, and at that point too, it was the Redeemer email account. I was trying to go in and register under a new email because I didn't have my own email. They were sending me emails saying, have you taken long service leave? And I didn't know why. It wasn't until I finally was able to get in and I saw that Redeemer had ceased my employment. And I have a very big problem with this whole, if they're set up and saying they're volunteers, then on the paperwork it should say volunteer. It shouldn't say employee. And there should be some other governing authority that stops religious orders being able to go in and if they're not employers, then they can't go in and cease someone's employment.
So I should say there was definitely a group of teachers probably 20 years ago who lodged a claim against the school for unfair payment. It wasn't successful. I think it was settled out of court, and NDAs were signed. I think that plays a big part on people making claim. And some of the previous speakers have already spoken about that fear of defamation, of legal. See, none of us are in a position to financially fight a legal fight with this institution. I've witnessed firsthand that they will stop at nothing to defend their reputation, to defend their name, and they won't stop at any legal cost to defend that. And so for, I guess, an individual who has a claim, who feels wronged or feels not remunerated or whatever that claim might be, it's a very difficult task to bolster up enough courage, and certainly you don't even have the finances to fight that in a legal system.
Mr. Ruddock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for being here today. We have found your contributions valuable. So the church started in the early 1970s. Then in the early 1980s, you started a school. And at I think the principal gave an address last year where he said there's 570 enrolled students. So I'm guessing, would it be fair to say there'd be about 3,000 to 4,000 people in total involved in the church community?
You mean currently or
currently,
over
yes.
the years?
So this is the school, just everybody who's involved in this?
No. So there's only about 220 members of the church, probably, somewhere around the 200 to 250 people who are actual members of the Redeemer Baptist Church.
So you say, so there's lots of students that go there that are not affiliated with the church?
Correct.
And can I add on that, there's no casual situation. If a teacher is sick, there's no replacement for that teacher. It's, classes are joined, people are moved around. There's no actual physical replacement for someone who is not there.
So I am intrigued that so what percentage of the children going to the school would be not affiliated with the church? Is it 50-50 or is it
probably 90?
Yeah.
90% not from the church.
Right. So those parents are choosing to send their children there.
Correct.
Because of the good academic results. Would it be fair to say that most of those parents have some affiliation with some church, or some of them would be secular people?
Secular. Both.
Open enrolment policy, so any faith background may enter the school so long as they understand that Christian values will be taught. And so would you say, I mean, there has been publicity about this inquiry, and this inquiry has taken place. Do you expect that this publicity is going to have any negative impact on enrolments, or are they aware of the issues and they're saying, no, we're still happy to send our children here?
I think a lot of parents who are not involved with the church like to separate the church from the school, and they may experience a very positive impact on their kids and the time that they spend at the school, and a lot of them are deeply thankful for the school. So they like to isolate the two entities, whereas people that live and experience that cannot do that.
And my last question, Chair, is over the last 10 to 20 years, have enrolments been going up, steady, or going downwards?
I think it's fair to say that the last time we had a big round of anti-publicity at the school, there was a big dip in the enrolments.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And that has slowly grown.
It's probably taken 20 years to get
taken 20 years to get back to where it was.
100 or so kids.
A little bit ahead of where it was then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very little growth, I would say.
Just a final question from me for you, Mr. Garth. Yes. So if you've had a number of years of employment as a teacher, but technically, or at least according to the school, it was as a volunteer. When you leave, do you get the usual things that you would get from... so I understand that there's no leave entitlements like long service leave and things like that, but do you get a letter of reference or anything like that?
No.
Right.
Yeah. I left with... we had been saving up... We were unhappy with the practices that were going on and hearing the stories of the people who were leaving. So we had been saving up. And so we had enough money to rent a house for a few months so that we could have time to get started. But it took many years. I'm padding out here. Okay, I'll cut to the chase. We left with no house. We did end up having to buy our car again. So we did have a car. We had no rental history. We did get some character references from ex-members, so we could go to the real estate agents and provide those character references. We were able to get the rent because in about the week before we left, my wife and I were able to get contracts at a new school. So we got those contracts, and then a week later we left, would be more the point. And it was on the strength of those contracts we were able to rent a house. Apart from that, we left with virtually nothing. Just my wife and I and 5 kids, that's all.
So it's, to state the obvious then, it's quite a large step to leave.
It is a very large step, and it involves,
that time.
As well as the financial thing, there is leaving everyone I have known for 50 years. On my phone at the time when I left, I had about 200 contacts, one of which was outside the church. So left my employment, left my church, left my house, and my wife's similarly with my wife. So it's a very, very large. And knowing then you would have no contact with those people again.
Did you have a question?
I do.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Jill, for coming and making time to give evidence and for your detailed submissions. I just wanted to ask a question about mandatory reporting requirements. The positions that you all sort of worked in, paid or unpaid, or held within the ministry, would have, I suppose, bestowed certain requirements upon you. Was there ever a time where you sought to make a mandatory report? Was there a process that Redeemer encouraged or followed in facilitating that, or were you ever told not to make a report?
There was a mandatory reporting policy, and there was, training provided. There was always a little comment made at the end to the staff that Jonathan Cannon was the reference point for any of this reporting. So although the training would encourage normal teachers, anyone that they were in a position to make a claim if they thought necessary, the school directive was slightly different, and I guess most staff, I think, would be afraid to go out and make their own report if they felt it was necessary without first referring it to Jonathan Cannon. Is that fair enough?
There was no one else to report to. It was Jonathan. There was not a list of people that you could report it to. It was Jonathan Cannon, and then probably in his absence, Russell Bailey. And that was it. I wouldn't have been able to report it. And you've got to understand as well, this school structure is not like a normal school. There's no executives. There's no stage, level. There's no levelling here. It's all, and that's one of the hardest things too, with the interaction of church and school. Oftentimes I had children with great disabilities that I taught in my class, and I couldn't make decisions about those children unless I had rung the relevant person, who could often have been off taking her mother-in-law to a doctor's appointment. But as there's no replacement for that person at the school, who can I talk to? Well, Jonathan's in a meeting. There's no one to, like now teaching at a normal school, I have such support. I can't speak highly enough of this school. And, I've just totally, there's not one day throughout my entire life at Redeemer I thought about leaving so often. There's not one day since leaving that I've ever thought about going back, ever, not once.
Would you say that due to that lack of support, that children are being put at risk?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I would going to incriminate myself now and say that there are circumstances I should have reported, but the people I would report to were the people causing those situations. Not personally, but setting up the culture in which those circumstances happened. So it would have been a completely pointless act which would have put me in the bad graces, and so I did not report.
Were any of you at any time ever referred to or made aware of the fact that you could just report? There's a website,
Through the training received, yes.
Yes. Were you explicitly told not to do that and to go through John Cannon first?
Yes.
Yes. John would be the reference, yes.
Thank you. Thanks. That's all my questions.
He would guide us on whether we should report.
I have a copy of the stipend if anyone's interested in looking
please.
at it.
You're seeking to table? Yes.
And just one quick point, and I'm sorry to keep up your time. I just want to say that while you're in there and doing what they want you to do, they are very positive towards you. I have an award, and it means nothing to me now, but just to show their high regard of me now, back then when I was working for them, and yet, as I stated, when I asked for a certificate to show that I'd actually worked there, nothing was given.
Did you want to table that as well? Yeah, go ahead.
Were you ever required to work in any homestay arrangements or made responsible for children living within, the confines of your house?
For most of... Can I take that in camera? Because it goes into my personal, and I'd love to be able to share that, but I don't want to share it.
Let's take that as a question on notice.
Yes,
and
and
when
we'll
you-
write an answer on notice.
when you
and
respond-
we can maintain that as confidential.
Apologies
to the
to put you-
committee.
No, fine.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, that does conclude our time, but to the extent that there are questions taken on notice or supplementary questions, the committee secretariat will be in touch with you, and you'll be 14 days to respond to those. So thank you very much. It's been incredibly useful to have you here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are running considerably late, but we are going to take a morning tea break, and we will return at 11:20. Thank you. Welcome back. We now welcome our next witness. If I could ask you please to state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Dr. James Cockayne. I'm the New South Wales Anti-Slavery Commissioner. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. We have your submission. Thank you very much for that. It's very interesting. Would you like to make a short opening statement?
Yes, please, Chair. Thank you.
Please
Thank
go
you
ahead.
for the invitation to speak with you this morning. I want to acknowledge that we're on the traditional lands of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and that they are, as are many other First Nations, survivors of practices that, if they occurred today, would constitute modern slavery. The submissions that I've shared with you present information relating to the possible exercise of control and presence of coercion in the lives of individuals associated with Redeemer Baptist School in North Parramatta. This information suggests the potential presence of indicators of forced labour and servitude in some aspects of the conduct of Redeemer Baptist School. It's not my submission that any modern slavery offence has definitively occurred at or in connection with Redeemer Baptist School. It is not my statutory role to make such a determination, nor to conduct an investigation into such a matter. Instead, it's my submission that information shared with me through a survey conducted and described in the submission, and through information shared through 1800-FREEDOM, the statutory support and assistance hotline here in New South Wales, that information suggests the presence of indicators of forced labour and servitude, which requires the careful consideration of the committee and gives rise to a series of questions that will require trauma-informed and careful analysis by the committee and potentially by other bodies, and that the compressed timeline upon which this inquiry is currently being conducted may not allow for that kind of inquiry, suggesting that it may be necessary for the committee to consider extending the timeline for the inquiry, potentially into the next Parliament. As I said, the submission focuses on the findings of from a number of sources, in particular a survey. Historically, there have been very few investigations or prosecutions of modern slavery offences in the context of high control groups, but the reasons for this are now becoming clear, and the submission highlights in particular recent findings by the Legislative Assembly Legal and Social Issues Committee, an inquiry in the Parliament of Victoria into the recruitment methods and the impacts of cults and organised fringe groups. And I think it's worth just highlighting a couple of findings and analysis in that inquiry. Finding 88 of that inquiry states that the conditions of labour exploitation, financial dependency and social control characteristics of coercive high control groups are capable of satisfying the definitions of forced labour and servitude under sections 270.5 and 270.6 of the Criminal Code Act 1995 Commonwealth. The ideological framing of such labour as voluntary does not preclude these offences, and section 270.11 of the Code expressly provides that consent or acquiescence is not a defence. That inquiry also notes as follows on page 333. Where labour or marriage arrangements occur in a coercive high control group context and appear voluntary, the ideological framing of those arrangements is often treated as determinative. Insufficient attention is given to whether the conditions of group membership themselves undermine genuine consent or voluntariness. Chair, I'd like to emphasise that my submission and my evidence today does not take aim at the Redeemer Baptist School as a community of belief. Freedom of religion and association are fundamental human rights. A life of service can be a vocation, or as one respondent to the survey put it, a calling. It can be a framework for a rewarding and meaningful life. I understand the devotion that leads another respondent to the survey to state that the workers in Redeemer Baptist School, quote, are not coerced or controlled by anything except their love for Jesus and the children under their care. We are slaves to Christ Jesus, unquote. I also acknowledge that some survey respondents expressed that they felt offended that questions about modern slavery are being raised in relation to the life of their community. The suggestion that there may be indicators of modern slavery present in a given context raises difficult questions about voluntarity, autonomy, and in some cases identity, questions that deserve careful, evidence-driven deliberation. They don't lend themselves to rushed analysis or black and white thinking. Just as freedom of religion and association are fundamental human rights, so too is the freedom from slavery. Freedom of religion does not offer an exemption from the application of workplace safety, child protection, criminal or other laws intended to safeguard people's dignity and humanity. My role as New South Wales Anti-Slavery Commissioner is in part to monitor the effectiveness of those laws and to advocate for effective action to detect, investigate and prevent modern slavery wherever it may occur. And that is the focus of my submission. I won't walk you through, Madam Chair, the remainder of the submission. You have the submission in front of you. I would, however, if I may, in just one more minute, like to just highlight my recommendations, which are on page 19 and following. I recommend that the committee consider extending its inquiry to allow more time for trauma-informed engagement with this community and to explore the indicators of forced labour and other modern slavery indicators. I also recommend that the committee considers the recent practice of engaging victim survivors developed by the New South Wales Parliament Modern Slavery Committee and consider lessons from its practice in the administration of this inquiry. I recommend that in pursuing the inquiry, the committee consider which New South Wales government agencies received what information about possible legal violations connected to Redeemer Baptist School and whether this could or should have alerted those agencies to any pattern of coercion or exploitation. This may include the review of any information provided to state agencies not only such as NESA, who I believe you are hearing from later today, and the Department of Education likewise, but also potentially the Office of the Children's Guardian, Child Protection Helpline, Safe Work New South Wales Police Force, New South Wales Department of Communities and Justice or its precursor agencies. And finally, the committee may wish to consider whether any matters arising from the evidence presented to the inquiry should be referred to the New South Wales Law Reform Commission for consideration of the introduction in New South Wales of a group-based coercive control offence along the lines recently recommended by the Victorian Parliamentary Inquiry to which I referred. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you for so clearly setting everything out in your submission and for doing the work of conducting the survey, which has all been very interesting and useful information. I'll ask a few questions and then I'll throw to my colleagues. What I understand from your submission and from your opening statement is that this idea of, I guess, consent to an arrangement, particularly when it comes to somebody's labour arrangements, can be impacted by or negated or influenced by coercion, threat or deception, as set out in the relevant modern slavery offences. When we're talking about coercion in this context, are we talking about similar to the definition that we now have within the domestic and family violence laws around a pattern of behaviour rather than particular incidents? And can you give examples of how coercion may be playing out based on what you've been told in the Redeemer Baptist School that would sort of fill that sort of pattern of behaviour or even some cultural aspects? So that's a bit of a clumsy question, but I'll let you respond and then I'll hone in afterwards.
Thank you, Chair. As you know, modern slavery is not in itself an offence. It is the label used, including in New South Wales law, for a collection of offences that are criminalised under federal law and or under New South Wales law. Each of those offences deals with coercion, deception, manipulation in its own way. So it is difficult to give you a very precise answer about how patterns of conduct and the concept of coercion is used within each of those offences. In my submission, I focused on two particular potential offences, forced labour and servitude. In the forced labour context, what is very clear is that the question of voluntarity is treated in these terms. Is there the threat or menace of penalty for withholding labour? That is the central question. And the International Labour Organisation uses 11 different indicators to help actors identify whether that threat or menace penalty is present. They're laid out in the submission. I won't go through them, but in each of those areas, both through the survey, which is aggregated responses, and through free text answers provided to that survey, which I provided confidentially to the committee, there is significant information pointing to some people who have been connected to Redeemer Baptist School perceiving that they have experienced those indicators of forced labour. Now, perception is also important because under the relevant offences under federal laws, for example, forced labour or servitude, it is the perception of the reasonable person in a situation as to, for example, whether they are free to leave that is determinative.
And when we talk about being free to leave, in your submission you talk about the experience of, I guess, others in the community who have left or who have perhaps questioned or whatever, in order to then paint what am I trying to get at? The people who have left, who have then alleged that they have been separated from family, from friends, from everything that they know, how does that experience of someone who's currently in Redeemer, looking at that, how is that used or could be used as a way of creating that sort of implicit threat? Again, clumsy way of saying it, but you will respond in a far more eloquent way.
The short answer, Chair, is that such treatment can potentially amount to a threat of, in the forced labour context, for example, penalty through social sanctions within the group, through spiritual sanctions or abuse, through withholding of privileges, as we've heard this morning from some witnesses. More broadly, it's used to restrict movement. So one of the 11 forced labour indicators is focused on the restriction of movement. And we see through the information shared with me, respondents reporting that their daily activities, decision-making and ability to act independently are subject to significant scrutiny and control. We've heard accounts of people being restricted physically from leaving, restriction of access to belongings, monitoring of mobile phones, and so on. Many respondents also suggest that they were pressured not to leave the school and the community, but instead to stay and complete Year 13, described as voluntary, to provide support to teaching and other school activities. And some respondents have indicated that they've been subjected to further pressure that pushed them into a particular career, which they understand to have been designed to keep them connected to the community. So all of these examples of what the restriction of movement and of agency can look like in those contexts. And again, I won't go through in great detail, but the submission, which is public, lays out the kinds of patterns of conduct that I think you're asking about, Chair.
Thank you. And one last question before I hand over to the government members. It seems, from a layperson's perspective, when reading this submission, it seems clear, or perhaps reading the attachment to the submission as well, that sets out some of those positive experiences people say that they have with the school, where there appears to be members of staff who are arguing that they voluntarily enter into this arrangement where they get a stipend instead of a wage, and they do it freely and have given their consent to that. How does that differ when we're talking about children? There have been a number of submissions that say that children who are particularly those who are born into the school, or into the church rather, are then expected to undertake all of the cleaning and maintenance and other tasks that at another school might be undertaken by external parties on their weekends and in the mornings and at night. How does that question of consent get influenced, I guess, or get impacted by the sort of the fact that people are born into a situation?
So let me say two things in response to that important question, Chair. The first is that it is, of course, entirely possible to voluntarily participate in a social system such as that you're inquiring into today. I'm not by any suggesting that voluntarity should necessarily be second-guessed or be assumed to be some kind of false consciousness. It is possible, and many of those who've responded to the survey may be so participating. When it comes to children, obviously the ability of minors to offer free and fully informed consent is somewhat different, especially when you have been born into a context and frankly haven't been exposed to other options. I note that in the survey responses, those born into a family associated with the school were significantly more likely to report exposure to forced labour and or servitude indicators than those who had voluntarily joined the community. And I note also that this is in line with experiences in the literature on cults and high control groups. For example, at page 167 of the first volume of the recent Victorian Inquiry report, that inquiry noted that 100% of respondents to that committee's questionnaire who were born into a coercive high control group experienced psychological harm. This is a question, I guess, of people having agency in their lives. The process of education is itself literally in Latin, the leading out, the educement of the identity and the agency of the child, of the individual. If you are not exposed to different options, it's very hard to understand in an informed way what your agency is and to truly exercise that in your voluntary participation.
Thank you. Ms. Saval or Mr. Diadam?
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much for your very detailed submission. I wanted to ask you firstly a question around the gender breakdown in the responses to the survey that you've noted. I think it's there's quite a skewing in particular at point 37 in your submission. Male respondents were significantly more likely than women respondents to claim having been exposed to indicators of forced labour and servitude. Does that align with the literature, or in terms of your experience? What are the reasons for that?
The short answer is I don't know. It's very clear and consistent across all of the 11 forced labour indicators, and it's exactly the kind of thing that I think would require more time for more careful trauma-informed engagement with the community to understand. There are obviously, at least at the outset, two obvious potential explanations. One is that males are more likely to be the victims of this kind of treatment, and the second is that males are more likely to report this kind of treatment. And one can hypothesize rationales to do with gender norms that might lead men to feel more comfortable to report such treatment, to have a different sense of agency, whether they are currently or former members of a community like this. That would not be out of step with broader cultural norms, frankly. But I would be hypothesizing, and this is exactly the kind of thing I think that requires careful analysis and trauma-informed handling.
Thank you. At point 5.5 in the submission, which relates to physical or sexual violence, you have noted there that was one of the only responses where women made up a larger proportion of people that had claimed exposure to physical or sexual violence, and more than 1 in 9 respondents did claim such exposure. In terms of your sort of commentary or evidence around that, you talk about it raising real questions about whether mandatory reporting obligations are being discharged. I'm not sure if you heard or were listening to previous evidence today, but the committee heard sort of an informal system that's been set up whereby people are encouraged to report to the head, which is, John Cannon, I think his name is. Are you able to comment in terms of your experience? And obviously this is a very serious sort of line of inquiry and questioning indeed. But in terms of your experience, or even, that of the Victorian sort of committee that you were looking at, how much of an issue is this sort of prevalence of physical or sexual violence within that, within a cult or an organisation?
So I want to be, Chair, I want to be, Ms. Zubar, very conscious of the limits of my mandate as the Anti-Slavery Commissioner here. Certainly I have a mandate under the Modern Slavery Act to promote good practice in the identification of modern slavery, and in particular the legislation calls attention to the vulnerability of children in a number of ways. In general, we see that modern slavery is more likely to occur when you have actors that are willing to exploit a vulnerable group and institutional safeguards that fail to intervene and prevent or disrupt that exploitation. Children are inherently more vulnerable, and when they are in institutions where they're every day encountering actors with institutional authority and simply authority in the eyes of the child, it is very, very important that the institutional safeguards work effectively. I think what we are learning steadily, and I can't speak for or really to the findings of the Victorian inquiry on this, but I think what we are all steadily coming to understand is that where any social group or institution uses the cover of ideology or religion, wellness beliefs, spirituality, to claim a normative carve-out from those institutional safeguards or from the operation of the public institutions set up to provide those safeguards, then vulnerable people, including children, are much more likely to be at risk of exploitation of one kind or another. That might be sexual exploitation or abuse. In some cases, that may sadly rise to the level of modern slavery offences. Thank you.
Just a last question from me, Chair, if I've got time. In terms of your recommendations, I just wanted to pick up on the second one, which was around the recent practice of engaging victim survivors developed by the New South Wales Parliament Modern Slavery Committee, and just invite you to expand on that further, including what lessons that, from that practice that we could perhaps adopt as a committee.
So the Modern Slavery Committee, currently led by Dr. Joe McGurr, has been very careful during this Parliament to think about the way that the process of engagement with a parliamentary inquiry may risk re-traumatising or further traumatising survivors of abuse and exploitation. It is, for someone such as myself with long exposure, intimidating to come and speak to you all today in a room like this. Rewarding, gratifying, but intimidating. I have nothing but the greatest respect and admiration for those such as the witnesses this morning who've come and spoken about their personal experience. The parliamentary processes do allow you, and I'm sure you will take advantage of these opportunities to, for example, take evidence in camera, to keep matters confidential. But there are also things that can be done and lessons that can be learned from trauma-informed practice about how to create an environment of safety that ensures that a witness is able to actually literally access their memories more effectively than they are when they're being triggered by stress factors, by cortisol, into a variety of trauma responses. It might be fight, it might be flight, it might be fawn. I'm just thinking about it, I can feel my own heart rate rising, frankly. So there are practices that the Modern Slavery Committee has examined and adopted, such as laying out in great detail for the witness what the process will look like. Providing questions beforehand is a very important one. It creates transparency and trust for a witness to understand what they're going to be asked and be able to prepare answers. They can give better evidence to the committee as a result. Making counsellors available before, during and after the giving of evidence. Having a safe space adjacent to the committee room where someone can retire if they need to take a break from giving evidence. All of these kinds are quite, at some level, administrative steps, but they do a great deal to ensure the trust of the person asked to give evidence in the process.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll just ask Mr. Ruddock, did you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. Are there any other schools in New South Wales that are on your radar as potentially having demonstrated coercive control, as could be the case here?
Mr. Ruddock, I don't have a practice of monitoring particular institutions. We follow the information that comes to us. I don't have an investigative mandate under the Act. We were approached in this case some months ago by a number of people seeking support and assistance through our hotline, 1-800-FREEDOM, that's 1-800-37-33-36. And when we receive that information, we focus on providing those individuals trauma-informed support and assistance, mainly through a referral practice. But in some cases where there are a number of different individuals that come to us, it spills over, if I can put it that way, from that support and assistance mandate into other mandates I'm given by the Act, including monitoring the effectiveness of government laws, policies and actions, and promoting good practice in response and indeed in detection. We have been approached in my time in the role, in the last 4 years, by survivors of several high control groups. And we have, as a result, undertaken careful study to understand the relationship between coercive behaviour in those contexts and modern slavery. We commissioned some research from Dr. Laura Vidal and her colleagues at the University of Wollongong, which is noted in the submission. And we also held a forum in this room in May of this year to explore these issues, which I believe some of those listening attended. It is a complex area and will require careful further analysis by Parliament to understand what is the appropriate policy and legislative path forward.
You did mention that your agency is looking at some other groups where coercive control and potential modern slavery is happening, but are you able to disclose whether any of those other groups involve schools?
Can I take that on notice, please, sure. Mr. Ruddock?
Okay, and you mentioned that you conducted a survey of the Redeemer staff. Okay, how did that come about, and did the Redeemer administration, were they cooperative in that survey?
It was not a survey of staff, Mr. Ruddock, so much as a survey of anyone who wished to respond. And I note that's a methodological limitation on the survey. Our aim in conducting the survey, which was distributed through networks of individuals we knew to be associated with the Redeemer Baptist School, our aim there was to make it straightforward and safe for people to respond to the survey. So I don't have the names or identifying details of the individuals that responded to that survey. And the consequence of that, of course, is that anyone can have completed the survey. So I can't confirm for you that I've validated that data. It's not possible to validate that data, and I do acknowledge that is certainly a limitation of the survey data. The aim in conducting this was not to provide you firm evidence or in that sense, but to give you an indication of the understandings of potential cohort associated with this school and help identify issues that may require further inquiry.
Okay, well, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mrs. Merton?
Thank you. Thank you very much. If I could just pick up the issue about volunteers. And I start by recognising that, you know, volunteers in school communities, you know, across New South Wales are, you know, are highly recognised, and what their value and contribution is. Just in light of some of the discussion we've had here about volunteers or, you know, unpaid labour, in italics, just wondering how we best manage that when we're applying sort of in a religious school environment, that's all, that there's fairness and balance to the volunteer sort of cohort.
Well, I think the starting point, Ms. Merton, from my perspective, would be that the law applies in all contexts. I think we all know how important volunteer work is to support schools throughout the state in a number of ways, but I think any of us who've had experience with those schools also know that there's quite a thicket of regulations now involved in volunteering to provide those institutional safeguards to ensure that the school is well governed, managed, and that the people involved with the school, children but also staff, are protected. I think the starting point is simply to ensure the application of those laws.
Mm-hmm. And just in reference to red flags, or within a community where the spirit of volunteerism may not be taking place, what is there anything that we're looking for here, or triggers, or?
So I would come back to the forced labour indicators that are here in the submission. And just since I haven't named those, it might be useful for the record and for those watching to name them. So they are abuse of vulnerability, and the question we asked there was about whether survey respondents were dependent on the school or its staff for basic living needs. Just excuse me while I make sure I have the... So 28% of respondents there said they were frequently exposed to dependence on the school or its staff for basic needs, food, housing, employment, education, or other essential aspects of daily life, and that this dependence was used against them. So if we're seeing indicators like that in a context labelled as voluntarity, that would certainly, I think, require further engagement. The second one is deception. 22% of respondents claim to have been frequently misled or deceived about the work, services, responsibilities, or commitment expected of them. It's hard to volunteer for something that's inaccurately described to you. So even if there's a label of volunteerism applied at the outset, if it turns out that there's a pattern of deception about the nature of the work or labour or service that's expected, then again, that would be a flag, I think. We've touched on restriction of movement. Closely related to that is isolation. A fifth indicator is physical or sexual violence. Another one is intimidation and threats. And here in the survey, almost 40% of respondents claim to have experienced threats, pressure, exclusion, shaming, spiritual consequences, or loss of relationships if they did not comply with the school's expectations. And of that, some 41 respondents out of 181 said that was frequent, that kind of intimidation and threats. Some people spoke about the retention of identity documents. This is absolutely a red flag. We think about this in terms of the kafala system in the Middle East, for example. Retention of identity documents is a very fundamental way in this day and age to exercise control and coercion. And then other indicators, which I won't go into in so much depth: withholding of pay, debt bondage, abusive working or living conditions, and excessive overtime. So all of those, if any of those were showing up, I think there would be concerns. But if a number of them are showing up, and at such frequency that we see in this survey, if that survey does prove to be indicative, or representative, I should say, of the larger cohort, then there would be very serious questions, I think, to be asked about whether this pattern of conduct might even in certain circumstances amount to a modern slavery offence.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I just missed the opening. What triggered the survey, that's all, in terms of it being conducted at the school? I'm assuming it was.
We were approached by a number of individuals for support and assistance, and then learning of this inquiry, we realised that we had an opportunity to furnish the inquiry with information about the intersection between your terms of reference. In particular, I think it's BD, F and G. Yes, BD, F and G, and the modern slavery offences under New South Wales law.
Okay. Can I just touch on one of those red flags, the abusive working or living conditions? In paragraph 79, you talk about reports that children were required to live separately from their families and reportedly expected to sleep in the same room as adult staff and school leaders. There's been a number of submissions to this inquiry saying exactly that as well. Can you talk more about why that is a red flag?
Again, I want to be very cautious, Chair, about the limits of my mandate and encourage you to take, perhaps put a question like this to the Secretary of the Department of Education. There are, of course, residential contexts for schools throughout New South Wales, boarding schools and so on. I think anyone who's sent their kid on a school camp knows that sometimes kids sleep near or adjacent to adults. In fact, you'd want them to be supervised, frankly. But to have a child living on a permanent arrangement in the same room as an adult, in the context of the lack of accountability that we've heard described this morning, in the context of the cultural indicators of intimidation and fear and the discouragement of complaint by children, raises some quite serious questions in my mind about the potential for the abuse of vulnerability in those situations by unsupervised and unaccountable adults.
There seems to be two aspects then there. It's the first is a child protection risk in terms of the potential risk of inappropriate behaviour, but there's also lots of stories that we've been told in the submissions of people, children or students living with teachers. Is that a separate, I guess, in terms of privacy, is that a separate concern in terms of having no barrier between your sort of home life and your school life and the muddying of discipline and other things in that context?
In the submission, I do note that in those arrangements, privacy is constrained. I think with respect, Chair, the questions you're asking go to questions of educational policy that are outside my mandate.
Thank you. I think, yes, I respect your barriers. Were there any other questions from any other members? No? Thank you so much. It's been really useful. Thank you. To the extent that questions were taken on notice or there are supplementary questions, the Committee Secretariat will be in touch and there'll be 14 days to respond. That concludes our time with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Next panel of witnesses, if I could please ask you to state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation, starting with you, Ms Matthews.
Yes, my name is Carol Matthews. I'm the New South Wales ACT Branch Secretary of the Independent Education Union. And I take the affirmation now.
Yes, please.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
And I'm Neil Bent, Industrial Coordinator at the Independent Education Union, New South Wales ACT Branch. I'll make an affirmation. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you like to commence with an opening statement?
Look, I haven't actually prepared one, but what I would say is that the situation in this school is unique in New South Wales. I'm not aware of any other school where there are no employees. The use of volunteers is also quite different from the way volunteers are used in other schools. So in this school, volunteers are used to deliver classes, supervise children, conduct bus duty, operate as teacher aides, as well as performing construction work, mowing, accounting, and all of the activities that go towards the functioning of a school. Now, a school can't function without rosters, so volunteers are rostered in the same way as if an employee in another school would be rostered. In other words, there's timetables, there's bus duty rosters, there's teacher aid rosters. So the situation is not that volunteers are used to, in effect, supplement or add value or assist the core staff. They are the core staff at this school. So that's quite different. The other thing that is very different is that there is a real mix in the roles. So, for example, it can occur that a person does a mix of teaching plus construction work. Now, in an ordinary school, those are quite different classifications. So someone who is doing teaching would be doing teaching. If they're doing construction work, it would be a separate job, or possibly 2 part-time jobs. But we've seen examples where the roles at Redeemer are totally mixed up. So someone who does construction work, for example, might also go on school camps and supervise students. So it's a very fluid and amorphous thing. The work groups, from what I understand, commence from about year 7. So work groups are groups which meet on Saturday mornings for 2 hours and sometimes during school terms, and students are required to perform duties. Now, it only affects students from within the community or borders. So if you were a student from outside the community, you wouldn't even know that the work groups necessarily were happening. But they're utilised, and those students are required to do things like ride-on mowing, painting. I've seen pictures of a student on a roof doing maintenance. So it's not just a little bit of washing up or a little bit of can you tidy your school desk. It's much more extensive and rostered. So that is a feature that starts, as I understand it, from about year 7, goes through to year 12. And then, of course, there's year 13. So people have certainly spoken to us about the practice where once you've graduated as a member of the community, you can't go to university without first completing a year 13 at the school. And year 13 is essentially a year of unpaid labour in which you can be required to do whatever the school wants. So people have spoken to me about wanting to enrol in university and being told they couldn't do it. In fact, I've been told that on occasion students are monitored when they enter their university preferences and when they access their ATAR, monitored by the school principal or another staff member. So those are not, certainly in some cases, are not free decisions of the student. So they've got year 13 at which they're required to do that work. People I've spoken to have spoken about work which is well in excess of 38-hour weeks. It's basically you're available to do whatever you're required to do. And again, you see that range of work. When students go to university, so after year 13, people from within the community, young adults, may go to university. Whilst at university, they are still expected to do unpaid work for the school. So people spoke to us about having to miss assessment tasks, having to miss lectures, having to reorganise their schedule so they could complete unpaid work required by the school. Now, there's then the ministry order. So attached to our submission is a copy of the ministry order, which we understand staff are required to sign or expected to sign in certain circumstances. It's obviously hard to get a total picture, but it seems that if you are offered a teaching job, and possibly if you're offered an ongoing role in the school, you have to sign up to the ministry order. Now, the ministry order makes you promise that you will your property, any property held by you, is available for the use of the church. That you agree that your children can be placed wherever the church considers desirable. We understand that some staff receive stipends of approximately $2,000 per month, but that is not uniform. So in other words, it varies, and I don't understand exactly how it varies. At a certain point, if someone agrees to the ministry order, they've obviously made a choice. In exchange for that, they get, in many cases, they're provided with a house, they don't pay utilities, and repairs are done on the house. Not everyone gets a house of their own. We were told that in some cases people might be asked to live with other staff, so you don't necessarily get a house, you might get a room in a house. And so that is part of the quid pro quo. It also means it's really hard for people to leave in the sense that they have no assets in their own name. They have nothing in their bank account other than whatever they've got from the $2,000 per month, and they have nowhere to live, apart from the emotional difficulty of leaving. So that is a real issue. I think there is a very strong case to be made that the year 13 work is clearly exploitative. So in other words, people at the year 13 level, they haven't signed a ministry order, they aren't necessarily, probably aren't getting a stipend, may not be getting a stipend, and that's just work for nothing. As they get older, if someone then takes up a teaching position, you can see that they're getting something out of it. Now, we would say that we're certainly reviewing whether or not those are genuine volunteer arrangements and whether or not those people were in fact volunteers. There have been some cases, if you have a look at some of the cases that have been around, it's obvious that from over the years, on occasion, people have queried the question of whether or not they're an employee or a volunteer. But there are very few people who've come to the union over the period that the school has operated and not paid people. People come to us once they've left, or have come to us once there has been publicity about this, but there are very few people who raise the issue whilst employed. And I think that's sort of for obvious reasons. Mm. So that's probably what I'd say for my opening statement.
Thank you. Do you want to go first? Yeah, go ahead.
So I just wanted to ask about the operation of the Work Health and Safety Act in relation to the situation where there's no employees. There's no employees, there's no jurisdiction. You know, in a normal school, the Work Health and Safety Act applies not just to the employees, but to the students and to anyone who comes onto the school premises. But in the absence of the foundational arrangement where there's an employment relationship, there's no Work Health and Safety Act jurisdiction. And so those safety kind of measures don't apply at the Redeemer Baptist School. Is that your assessment of the legal situation?
Well, it's a very unusual situation, and I haven't come across it before, so I haven't really turned my mind to it. But of course, a person conducting a business undertaking has a duty of to provide a safe workplace for people performing work at that workplace. It's not limited to employees. So I would be surprised if the legislation didn't apply.
It's a broader definition too in the legislation. It's opened up to workers, so it's not just employees, but I guess the nature of whether they're volunteers or employees is also relevant too.
So can I ask also then about workers' compensation? So what's the arrangement in terms of people who are injured at work? The obligations around, return to work if you've sustained some kind of psychological or physical injury? What applies in a circumstance where there's no employees?
So I don't know whether the school in fact does take out workers' compensation insurance, even though there are no workers. I don't know, but obviously if they're not required to take out insurance, so obviously if they don't take that out, there would be absolutely no cover. I would agree with that. And it's quite hard to see from the records which are publicly available. They do pay insurance. That could be for the buildings. It's hard to know whether that includes any sort of workers' compensation insurance, but I wouldn't have thought they're obliged to do that.
Can I ask also, it seems that, it is an unusual situation, but in some respects it's not that different to the operation of Catholic schools where you've got members of religious orders in teaching positions. Effectively, it's just a question of degree, isn't it? The arrangement is ostensibly the same. If you're a member of the Patrician Brothers, for example, or the Mercy Sisters, you're not being paid. You're working in a sort of effectively a voluntary capacity, and that's sort of the foundation of the Catholic system was founded on those kind of principles. How is this different?
Okay, so I've actually been thinking about that. Obviously, these days there are very few religious left in Catholic schools. But I think one issue would be, my understanding is that for members of the church, which is how they would describe themselves, are actively discouraged from contacting people outside the church. So there's very little social contact, there's very little telephone usage. For young people, mobile phone usage is very closely monitored. So I think a key difference would be there is much less contact with the outside world. So a religious person would often have relative autonomy, as I understand it, as to their activities. So, for example, you have orders of nuns who devote themselves to social justice projects anywhere in the world, and in those roles they have widespread contact with the community. The difference here seems to be that the church has very actively discouraged people from having contact with beyond the community, and there's also, from what I understand, a very clear rule that once you've left the community, you can't have contact with anyone remaining within the community. So, for example, people are quite clear that if they leave the community and their family remains within the community, then they will lose all contact with their family. So I agree that there are some similarities, but I think the extent of control is much greater, other than in very unusual circumstances. For example, you could have an order of contemplative nuns who never left the convent, who might be similar. But I think it would be very rare that a religious order would have the same restrictions in terms of autonomous decisions, choices as to university degrees, study, activity, as occurs with members of this community.
Can I ask, just on the employment issue on whether these teachers are employees or volunteers. Even if there was an argument in the past that these teachers are not, should not be treated as employees, and I know that there is contention on both sides of that, after the Closing Loopholes No. 2 legislation, which moved away from that contract-driven approach to the substance of the relationship, do you think that has sort of settled this issue that these teachers really are workers and employees and should be treated that way?
I don't think anything is settled, but certainly the legal advice that we've received would reflect what you've just said, which is that it seems much clearer now than it might have been prior to that legislation being passed, that there may well be an employment relationship. But I think it's a matter that will be tested in court, and it's hard to express a definitive view about it.
Because if there was an employment relationship, then presumably there would be an entitlement to back pay.
Absolutely. And I mean, it raises a whole lot of issues. I mean, I think that there would be an argument as to whether everyone were employees, or whether people who put their hands up to be counted as employees were employees. It's a question of back pay, there's a question of superannuation, there's a lot of questions that would arise. So I do think it's an interesting question that the whole financial model is built on the premise that they're not employees, and if that were incorrect, it would certainly change the operation of the school necessarily.
We heard earlier that... I've just lost my question. Sorry. I'll go to you, Mr. Ruddock.
My question is to Carol Matthews. Thank you for both being here. So you did say in your opening remarks that you thought that you weren't aware of any other schools in New South Wales where there were similar allegations as there are against Redeemer Baptist. I'd be happy for you to expand on that. I mean, is that something that you have, I'm guessing given your occupation, you'd be fairly familiar with it if there were other allegations. Would that be fair to say?
Okay, so there's a few areas which I could comment on. There are other fundamentalist, if I could use that word, conservative religious schools. However, to my knowledge, all of those schools employ staff. They don't use volunteers. So that would be one difference. So, and a school like Opus Dei, for example, is party to the industry multi-enterprise agreement. The MET schools, which stands for Meadowbank Education Trust, are a very conservative group, but they actually employ staff, so they're paid. I think the arrangements in relation to accommodation of students, I'm not aware of any other school that does that. So in our submission, I do understand that there are many fewer boarders there now than has been in the past, but I'm not aware of any other school which would accommodate on an ongoing basis students in staff accommodation. Because most boarding houses would have staff rostered. So you might have students, you'd have staff probably these days sleeping adjacent to the boarding house, but there would be various staff. It's also not the case that it would be the principal of the school. So one of the issues that I can see is that if someone... There's no separation between the boarding facility and the staff that run the boarding facility from the people who manage the school. So if you had a complaint about your accommodation, there's nowhere to go with it, because including the overseas boarders actually in the past lived with the principal and other senior elders of the church. So whereas in most schools there would be a boarding house which might be run by the school, but it's not run in quite that close way. The child protection issues too. I mean, these days it would be considered extremely unusual to have one staff member alone with students overnight. Normally there would be, one or two staff rostered on a school camp, for example, or many staff rostered in a separate room. It's just quite different. I don't know of any other school which would have a accommodation arrangement like that. This is called homestay, so it's not called boarding. So they describe it as homestay, which is as if you're staying in a home of a family, but the family is the people who run the school. That's quite unusual. So I would think normally homestay would only be used, for example, if there's a class of Japanese students that come to visit Sydney for 10 days. They might be boarded with families, but it's a very short-term arrangement. It's not an ongoing arrangement, which is what has happened at Redeemer.
Do you have teachers at Islamic schools that are part of your union, or do they have a separate union?
No, they're part of our union. We cover everybody.
Okay, and so you sound very confident that you're not aware of any other school, Islamic, Christian or otherwise, which is relying on volunteers to do the teaching, etc. This is a one-off from what you can see.
Yes, to do that essential teaching. So, for example, you might have, in an Islamic school, you might have a sheikh who comes in and does religious studies, right? They may well be paid employees, by the way, but leaving that to one side. But I'm not aware of any other school where the core teaching duties are performed by volunteers.
I think that would be right, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
I remembered the question I was in the middle of asking before, sorry. We heard earlier that there's no sort of casual pool. So if a teacher is unwell that day, they sort of merge the classes together rather than, I presume, getting someone externally. Is that something that you see at other schools?
It's not considered desirable, but certainly when there was a really severe teacher shortage, it was not uncommon that classes were merged. You might say it was quite common that classes were merged because there was a period in the early 2020s when you simply couldn't get casual staff, and there was either the students would be sent to the hall and to sit, or the classes would be merged. So that does happen sometimes. I think it is normally considered worst practice, and it would be the last resort in most schools.
Ms. Merton?
Thank you. Thank you to you both for your participation. Where schools rely on long-standing traditions of volunteer labour, I'm just wondering what minimum protections would you advocate for in terms of sort of codifying some of that sort of that volunteer work? Just in terms of probably like role descriptions or a limit on hours, or would there be any discussion around that?
Look, there hasn't been any discussion because normally volunteers are used in very limited circumstances. So, the classic would be coming in to assist primary school students with reading, like a reading group, for example, or maybe coming to a church service in a Catholic school and helping set up the church, for example. But it would be very limited. I think one issue would be, so yes, you could certainly have a role description, but I think one issue would be not utilising volunteers for core work. Because if a volunteer who's doing a reading group doesn't turn up for whatever reason, it's probably not a catastrophe. If a teacher doesn't turn up, it is. And it seems to me there's a big distinction between someone who is providing a service supplementary or additional to the core operation of the school and someone whose presence is vital to ensure that duty of care obligations and other obligations are met by the school. So I would think volunteers should not be used in circumstances where their attendance is absolutely required to ensure duty of care is met. I mean, I think there used to be a practice where schools would take parents on school camps to provide additional supervision. I don't know that still happens because I think it is undesirable for a range of reasons. including child protection and proper supervision, a parent may not be the best person to deal with unruly children. They may not really be familiar with school policies. That they don't have the same responsibility that an employee has. So, but even that sort of activity, I think, is less common than it used to be because of those problems.
I might also add that specified roles such as teachers and teachers' aides normally have preconditions to their employment as well, which include holding or working with Children's Check in New South Wales. Teachers might have certain accreditation that they need to have to be able to actually deliver syllabus material approved by NESA. So I think that's another distinction too.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you to both for appearing. I wanted to ask, I think you mentioned earlier, Ms Matthews, a multi-employer agreement that is in existence. Would it be fair to say Redeemer Baptist School could be a party to that agreement, or at least would have coverage by your union?
Yes, in fact, Redeemer Baptist is a member of Independent Schools New South Wales, which negotiated that agreement with the union.
Thank you. In terms of the school, given you've got coverage there as a union, have you ever had any suspected breaches or contraventions of either the Fair Work Act or the Work Health and Safety Act that you've sought to investigate there?
No, because as I indicated before, people who are employed there rarely contact us. I did check our union files, and I think in about 2004, we negotiated an underpayment on behalf of a person who had then left the school, but I couldn't see any other record of us pursuing an underpayment. I think I noticed that when I referred to that decision in the beginning of my submission in the New South Wales Independent Industrial Relations Commission, it looked like a former staff member had taken the school to the state IRC under unfair contracts jurisdiction. And that matter, the reports only refer to some of the preliminary matters about the subpoenas, and there's no subsequent decision in relation to the actual amount awarded, and I can only assume that the matter's settled, which is what happened with the matter that we dealt with, which was that the church wanted to avoid a public case and settled it. So I would imagine it's quite possible over the years that people have approached the school directly, but they haven't come to the union.
Thank you. In terms of NESA and the role NESA plays, we heard earlier about the school holding the login details for teachers. Is that a usual practice? Is that a practice that you see? Is that concerning to you?
I've never seen that, and it is concerning. Those details should be confidential to that individual person.
What are the sort of risks that occur if that happens, and if that's a practice that you can foresee?
Well, my understanding is that there have been disputes where the school has varied a person's record, and that is, so for example, they no longer wish to be accredited, so changes their accreditation status. There are a whole lot of potential issues. We have also mentioned in our submission, I think in passing, that the use of conditional accreditation in the school is a little bit concerning.
Okay.
So conditional accreditation means that you have some qualifications but you haven't completed all of your qualifications.
Yes.
And in circumstances where you have a degree but not a teaching qualification, so you finish your first degree, then you can apply for conditional accreditation provided you have a job to go to. Now, an example that I have seen indicated that Redeemer provided a letter which was saved with a file name of offer of employment, but when you looked at the letter closely, it was simply an offer to perform work. And I wonder whether those people who have, there's quite a few people at the moment at Redeemer Baptist who have conditional accreditation. I don't know whether that accreditation was obtained properly and what evidence was provided in support of that. There are two types of ways you can get conditional accreditation, so I don't know which method those people pursued, but it is of concern. The other issue I would say is for people who've been at the school for some time, it's unclear whether they probably don't have any teaching history. So normally in teaching, your pay is determined by your years of employment. So if you don't have a teaching history, employment history, then it doesn't count. So that is an issue, obviously, for people as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? No? Thank you so much. That's been incredibly useful, and thank you for your submission as well. To the extent there are questions taken on notice or any supplementary questions, the Committee Secretariat will be in touch, and there'll be 14 days to return those. But we thank you very much. That brings us to lunchtime. We will be back at 1:45 p.m. Thank you. Okay, broadcast on. Excellent. Welcome. We now welcome our next panel of witnesses. We have 2 here in the room and 2 joining us online. I'll start here in the room. If I could ask you, please, starting on my left, to state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Hi, my name is Maria Esguerra. I'm a psychologist and director with the Olive Leaf Network, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name's Harvey Weeks. I'm a counsellor and a director of the Olive Leaf Network. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. I'll now go online. If I could start with you, Ms. Spencer.
I'm Renee Spencer. I am a teacher, a mental health practitioner, and I'm appearing today as the president of CIFS, which stands for Cult Information and Family Support. And my affirmation, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Ms. Heath McAvoy.
Hi, my name is Claire Heath McIver, and I appear now on behalf of survivors of coercive cults and high control groups, which runs the Australian Cult Survivors Network. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, Ms. Heath McIver, and I will not butcher your name again, I hope. So if I could now ask each organisation to make a short opening statement, and I'll start again here in the room.
You start and I'll back you up. Okay, so my name's Harvey Weeks. I was born into and escaped at great personal cost from a multi-generational high control fundamentalist group. This group shares a lot of similarities, cultural, social and theological, with the Redeemer Baptist Church, including a school. I grew up with no real choice. I would have thought I'd had a choice about things when I was growing up and when I was coming to adulthood, but with hindsight, in reality it was a coercive environment with no informed choice or consent. I had the ability to say what needed to be said to protect the church, even if that meant outright lying, partial truths, or leaving out key details. It was a them and us society. It was a whole of life environment. There was no separation between home, church, work, leisure. And I'd just like to refer to a submission I made to the Federal Parliament inquiry into the 2025 election. I'm not sure if that's been tabled. I just want to submit that as relevant to what I'm saying. It highlights how it's possible for groups of people under coercive control to take unethical actions and deny them or confuse the truth both individually and as a group. I say that as having the personal experience and having witnessed that is possible. I'm not making any accusations or belittling anyone's beliefs, and in the fact that they may believe they're doing what's right, but it is possible for that to actually occur. So, and it's my passion as part of the Olive Leaf Network to advocate for survivors of these groups, not through any discussion of theology or belief, but just to bear witness to the facts and reality of group coercive control. And I'm here as understanding that it's a very difficult concept for someone who hasn't experienced it directly as being born into a group like this. It's very difficult to understand and to comprehend. So I just like to make myself available to any questions you might ask to help your understanding.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you want to add to that statement, or are you?
Happy to chat as we go along. So,
Sure.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Spencer.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee for this opportunity. I just want to start by pointing out that KIFS is an Australian-based volunteer incorporation that's been supporting victim survivors and their families affected by high control groups since 1996. We've got a phone line, email, and we offer support for therapy and education, and there's been a lot of advocacy that's been done to various government bodies over the last 30 years in relation to coercion and high control groups. I've had the honour of leading KIFS as a president for only 2 months now, and I'm here today because someone who's going to remain confidential did reach out and requested the support based on the history that victims of Redeemer Baptist congregation have had with KIFS in the past, which goes back nearly 2 decades. And yeah, just to point out that KIFS doesn't go seeking clientele. We don't look for cult victims to rescue. The people who come to us, they do so because they've recognised from their own experiences that the group that they're in is in some way abusive, exploitative, and always coercive. And so I think that's important to recognise because it demonstrates that individuals who have come to KIFS, including those from Redeemer Baptist, have done so of their own steam, and they did so because their own personal observations and experiences led them to do so. And so while I haven't had a lot of direct contact with some of the people who have contacted KIFS in the past, I've heard some of their stories that have been passed on to me. Generally speaking, I won't be repeating these because I understand it may be considered hearsay or defamation, so I'll be speaking in a bit more general terms. And I also just want to point out that KIFS, for many years, was the only organisation of its kind in Australia. Even in 2021, when I found myself in need of dealing with a high control group, they were still the only organisation available. I even had government agencies direct me to KIFS because they were powerless to do anything within the legal system. 5 years on, it is actually a real relief and joy to be here today with 2 other organisations that have been established in the past 5 years. And it is also really a great mark of progress that we are here today and have been asked to present our insights. Because victim survivors within these high control groups have been pleading with any government agency that will listen for so many years to address the loopholes that have effectively produced a 2-tiered approach to nearly all of our laws. And as someone who's worked quite closely with the stakeholders in the recent Victorian inquiry into cults and organised fringe groups, those 2 layers have become really, really clear. We've got one layer which secular groups or religious organisations may willingly abide by a certain set of rules. However, there's also a lot of loopholes that say if you're a religion, you can avoid some of that accountability. And I think some of the reports to the Redeemer Baptist Church really reflect that well, because we have laws that protect fair wages, that protect volunteer status, that protect workplace health and safety and governance oversight processes. And certainly we've also got laws that protect a lot of child safety issues. And a lot of research and consideration has gone into creating these laws. But what we're witnessing again and again is that all an organisation needs to do is put forth their religious status and suddenly those laws are not applied in the same way as they are in other situations. And that, in my opinion, is one of the real big concerns, and it's probably one of the underlying things that is going on today. It's not about questioning belief or religion. It's about deciding whether or not all Australians should be protected by those fair work laws and all of the same expectations and standards. I've read a few of the Redeemer Baptist Church submissions that have been from teachers and students, some who are still there, some who were there in the past, and some of them provide a really glowing, beautiful description of the community. And I have no doubt that these reports are sincere, and these voices are definitely important. But still, it sort of really comes back to whether or not all teachers, all students, all families within New South Wales or within Australia should be protected by the same laws, which to me is, it's a no-brainer. They should be. So I'm happy to answer any questions the committee has.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Heath McIver.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the committee. I'll try to keep this brief. Survivors of Coercive Cults and High Control Groups is an advocacy group of lived experience experts. In 2025, we worked with Stop Religious Coercion Australia, the Religious Trauma Collective, which is now Religious Trauma and Cults, an independent policy and co-design expert, Renee Spencer, and the renowned Dr. Janja Lalich to publish Beyond Belief. This paper sets out a behaviour-focused, belief-neutral framework for identifying and responding to cult and high control group abuse. We make no findings or allegations about this school, church, or persons associated with it today, as we haven't investigated them, and we aren't in a position to tell the committee what has or hasn't occurred. What we offer instead is a framework against which evidence can be assessed, a test for distinguishing legitimate institutional authority from domination, a tiered response for transparency, then civil and regulatory tools, then criminal law reserved for serious harm. We ask the committee to examine conduct rather than belief and to expressly reject the students seemed happy and the families consented as sufficient answers. The most important point I'll raise today is that children cannot be protected in a closed system when the adults around them are themselves being coercively controlled. It takes a whole system to groom and produce the alleged abuse that we've seen in the reporting around Redeemer Baptist, and adults can exist anywhere on a victim to perpetrator continuum within such a system. And to follow on from Renee's point, the people who exist in and around the group who say, I've had a positive experience, are also part of that system, even unknowingly. Child protection in this state assumes that there's an adult in the child's life who is free to notice, doubt, make a call, ask a question, or walk into a police station. And every safeguard we have rests on that. Where a teacher's employer, landlord, church, or children's school are the same institution and a homestay carer is drawn from the same group as the school, that freedom doesn't exist and the safeguards remain intact on paper, but inert in practice. The same problem appears one level up in governance. A closed institution's most persuasive defence is its structure, a board, constitution, external members, and genuine accountability and oversight. These might appear legitimate, but can also be an obfuscation. A body appointed by, removable by, financially dependent on the very leadership it exists to check, officers, office holders who carry the liability but not the authority, external members who are external in name only. We ask the committee to test these governance arrangements rather than accept them on face value, to map every associated entity, trust and property holding, to identify each person holding a decision-making role in more than one of them, and consider their marital or familial connections, and to ask of each governing body whether any member is neither a congregant nor an employee and holds genuine voting authority and can be removed only for cause. The question isn't whether a governance structure exists, but whether anyone inside it can say no to leadership or raise a concern without retribution or consequence. Protections for children are rightly different from protections for adults. Children cannot consent, but the adults in these systems are not straightforwardly free either. The Victorian Inquiry into Cults and Organised Fringe Groups recently recognised that consent in coercive control environments cannot be a defence, and I believe that report, and specifically that recommendation, is important for this committee to consider, alongside modern slavery laws and frameworks. Australian law recognises servitude and forced labour, but understanding group-based coercive control is vital to understand the architecture that produces that in cults and high control groups. In my work as an advocate through SOC and the Australian Cult Survivors Network, I've observed that high control groups sometimes run their finances through structures resembling that of organised crime. They exploit labour in ways answering to the description of modern slavery and secure compliance through group-based coercion rather than any individual threat. I urge you to consider all three of these issues. Two practical things. Firstly, we encourage the committee to examine how groups of this kind grow beyond generational membership and the school role. What other pathways of recruitment and indoctrination into this system exist? Secondly, the Victorian Parliamentary Inquiry into Cults and Organised Fringe Groups has done groundbreaking work in this area, and we commend its evidence and findings to the committee, and we'll be glad to assist the committee in any way we can.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you for your submissions and for appearing today. I'll ask a couple of introductory questions and then throw across to my colleagues. I guess the first one, and perhaps I'll direct this to you first, Ms. Heath McIver, and I know I just cannot say your name properly, and I do apologise.
Doing well.
Thank you. This distinction between belief and behaviour, and I think it's something that, you know, is a vexed issue for a lot of us here, where obviously there are religions and there are cultures where there are different levels of what is acceptable levels of control or authority and what those authority structures look like. I guess at what point does it cross the line into a sort of group coercive control situation, or into this kind of high control groups that we would view as being problematic versus just an organised religious structure that we might be more familiar with?
Thank you for that question. A complex one, no doubt, but I'd like to present to you the group-based coercion model that we presented in the Beyond Belief paper. Firstly, I want to recognise that the word cult is infinitely valuable for survivors. It helps us conceptualise our experience, and it sort of can shock people into thinking about what they're truly involved in. But it's not helpful for regulators, because regulators have to be specific. So in introducing group-based coercive control as a concept, we're looking for sustained patterned harm across multiple domains of life. I do concede that these domains can be interlinked and can affect one another, but we conceptualise that as being behavioural, emotional, social, cognitive, existential, and linguistic. And again, I concede that some of those things, like the behavioural and the cognitive, for example, are easier to measure, but it's how manipulation of thought, belief, and reasoning can be used to suppress critical thinking, access to information, all of that sort of thing. And I'll point you to our submission there. But I think the most important thing to recognise here is that coercion exists within Australian law. And, you know, unfortunately, the tax office has its ability to coerce me into paying my bills there and various different things. But we look for whether coercion is authorised, that is it permitted under relevant legal, contractual or duty of care obligations? And if it's not authorised, it shouldn't go any further. If it is authorised, it must be justifiable. It must be reasonable, necessary, and proportional. And that's what we see crosses the line in so many cults and high control groups. Not only can the type of coercion not be authorised, but all of these things can be completely blown out of the water. So we need to consider in environments like this, the different elements, cognitive, social, existential, all of these different penalties that can be applied to people if they have the nerve to raise a concern, to report that they were perhaps abused. And it's really particularly interesting in the case of Redeemer Baptist, I think, to look at how employment was, how work rather was obtained and was enforced, and how the belief system, the social system, created a sort of bounded choice that does sort of erode at at that freedom that people within this system experience. And for bounded choice, I'd point you to the work of Dr. Janja Lalich, who described how free will in these systems reduces to that which is accepted by the ideology, by the social system, and by all the structures around it that can keep a person essentially entrapped. So I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if Ms. Spencer wants to have any contribution on that question too. And I guess I'll just add to it with a question of whether, like sometimes when, certainly in the context of domestic family violence and coercive control, when we're looking at particularly in that context with particular cultures with different levels of what is, sort of normalised levels of control, we talk a lot about consent, and if a person can withdraw that consent to be controlled, then that's viewed as not being coercive control to a level that is problematic. Is it similar when we come to this kind of group control situation? And if so, is it possible for, I guess, somebody born into one of these groups to effectively consent to that level of control?
Okay, a lot there, but great question. So look, I support everything that Claire has just said. And I guess to pick up on a few things and just catch me up if I've missed any of them. But control, it's accumulative as well. So it's not just one little item or one little thing that happened. It is the ongoing occurrence of these things happening. And what sometimes happens is what a group will do is they'll say, oh yeah, okay, that behaviour might look coercive, but look, that group over there is also doing it. And if you look at each one of those behaviours in a very small, one at a time sort of way, then that is what the groups will do. They'll always deflect and they'll say, that's okay in this circumstance, so it's okay in that circumstance. So you've got to really look at the full picture of a group, and you'll find that some groups, they will have a lot of markers, and they'll have a lot of markers to a very high degree, whereas another group might have not all the markers, but the markers they do have to a high degree. And it can vary from group to group. And there is a threshold, not necessarily a scientific one that has been established through research, but certainly we can see through observations that there are points where people cannot make a decision, or leaving is extremely hard. So to go back to your specific question about someone who was born into a system like that, that is probably harder for them than for someone who may have got in. But then again, there's also the variables as well of personality. To put a bit of psychology in there too. There's always variables. But generally speaking, if you're born into it and you've been told you're going to spend eternity in hell, and if you leave and everyone on the outside is a bad person and they're all horrible, then that puts in a lot of walls that are really, really hard to break through. And depending what else is happening in terms of if the individual is under constant surveillance, or if there is rituals like forced confession, where they'll actually get the rest of the group telling them you're a bad person for thinking this or for thinking that, then all of those things can contribute to making it a lot harder to actually leave. Especially when, which I think Claire's pointed out, when these groups are closed and there is no influence. Often these groups, people will be told not to trust medical practitioners, so they won't get treated when they have an injury or a sickness, so no one gets to see the adults or the children if there is anything going on. And even though I guess technically the teachers and certain people within the institution would have the responsibility of mandatory reporting, they don't, because again, they will view themselves as being the rules of the group are more important than the rules of the state or of the country.
Thank you. And I'll throw now in the room to the olive leaf. And perhaps, Mr. Weeks, if I could ask you to reflect on, I guess, your experience as somebody born into one of these groups, how did you, I guess, get the awareness or the understanding that you were in one of those groups, and how does that realisation happen, and what did that look like for you?
Yeah, thank you. That was a very long, slow process for me. From when I started to realise that I had other choices or options to when I actually finally left was about 10 years. It was a very slow awakening. There was probably no one real trigger that stood out for me, but if I can just quickly talk about, I like to think about the context, the 3 Fs, fear, family and finance, as the things that kept you in the group. So the fear was largely something we've been brought up with, fear of the outside world, fear of people that weren't in the group. Everyone outside was evil and couldn't be trusted, and if you ever left, you were condemned. You knew you would be walking away from your family. There's a lot of fear there, and that leads on to the family part. So if you do choose to leave, you know that your entire family and social circle that you're brought up with, multi-generations in my case and no doubt other cases, that is all cut off at the socks, so to speak. You'll never speak to them again. And then the finance, so that's another wall they put up, is they keep control of the finances. So for me, it was really the first thing was when I started having contact with people outside of the group that I felt safe to talk to. I felt safe to actually be myself and to start exploring questions and opening up, and realising that not everyone out there is a terrible person. In fact, most people are wonderful people, and that was a really big realisation, which occurred over time, but eventually got to the point where I felt compelled to leave, which was very difficult. There's a lot in the psychology have been brought up in a group which I can't speak to professionally myself, but I know Maria has a lot on that side, about how that affects your the way you think and the way you cope.
Thank you. Did you want to add on to that?
Sure. So what was the question? It was just about choice, I suppose, like consenting
and
to
maybe
being
if I could just
controlled.
redirect it slightly, and then I'll throw
Yes.
to my colleagues. There appears to be 2 generations of people that we've heard of from Redeemer who have left. There's the sort of older generation that were in, appear to have, some of them hadn't been there their entire lives, but now we have a whole generation that were sort of born into, and are now, we're hearing from some who are leaving. I guess I'm curious as to how people, if they are so sheltered, lead to that point of then making that decision to leave.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Olive Leaf Network really does focus on the developmental impacts of growing up in pretty much institutionalized, we call it. There's been a lot of, spiritual abuse, religious abuse and stuff, and I think people don't understand that, and so it hasn't really gone anywhere. So I think the words around coercive control, developmental trauma. I was born and raised into the Children of God myself, which was one of, I'd say, a pretty bad cult in Australia with raids in the 90s. And so it was a completely controlled group. No one went to school, no one went to work, no one left the commune unless they were proselytizing. So our entire life was basically set out for us. Like there was no choices whatsoever within that environment. And if we look at psychological theories, obviously attachment is one of the most important one, Bowlby's theory, and when the parents become the enforcers, or you become martyred essentially for that cause, they're trying to prove their self to the leaders, and so they're basically giving their children as a sacrifice. And you've got this preordained life that's, put there for you, and you can't make any choices for yourself. Obviously, that's a very dangerous thing, because the most important thing for protection is a protective people around you and parents. And then, of course, not having any mandatory reporters or any that were independent, that weren't under the coercive control of that authoritarian leadership, was very dangerous and harmful. And then, of course, Erickson's stages of development, like the whole point of development, you start with, am I safe? That's the first thing. And if you're being spanked as a child, which, we've heard in some of these submissions, is corporal punishment. So there's a grooming process that happens. You're literally taught your whole life to never question or challenge. I think there's loaded terms like to obey is to... To hear is to obey. Yeah, those sort of things. So critical thinking skills aren't taught. You're never allowed to assert yourself. That's, part of healthy development, is being able to stand up for yourself, having family that's there for you, to actually be independent person, human being. And that's part of education, right? So taxpayers are paying for children to be raised into this kind of system of slavery to live in benefit for the leadership. And I think that creates a sense of learned helplessness, where every time you step out of line, in Biderman's model, there's that omnipotence. So as we heard from a lot of the survivors here, that the principals were like in their homes, they were in their families, they were in their schools, they're like in every moment of their life. It's very rare that a principal would be at home holding you down, and like it's just to me, that's kind of, well, it's not shocking because we grew up with that, so we know what it's like to have no, so that level of omnipotence, you just feel like you can never get away from it, and then you start to almost gaslight yourself almost, and then regulate yourself. And many of us, I think, didn't even know how to order from a restaurant, or, just make tiny decisions, because everything was so huge. Like every decision you made could be, you're going to get struck by lightning now, something horrible is going to happen. So it's creating this sense of fear constantly. So when you ask, like, is there any choice? It's like, well, what's the exit cost? You lose your family, your friends, your whole city basically drowns into the ocean, and overnight you've got, nothing, and you're a refugee basically. And in some cases, and my cult was like they were just criminals, like we'd love them to take us to court, but in this case there's multi-millions of dollars, so they engage in like aggressive lawfare against the survivors. Every time someone tries to assert themselves or speak up, they're using the money that they've made off of them and their slavery to fight them back. And sorry, I'm passionate, and we are advocates here, so I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to give their side of the story. I'm sure they've got a side too, but we're here for the survivors. So there's 1,000,001 reasons why there's no informed consent, and why that environment is very harmful and dangerous for child development. Also leads to ongoing abuse and harm in the future. So,
thank you. Did you want to ask a question?
I wanted to ask about, we've heard evidence of this phenomena where children are taken from the family group and placed with the leadership of the organisation. Can you perhaps talk to the sort of underlying kind of strategy that's operating there, and obviously the impact that has in terms of the overall development of children? Anyone on the panel who might be comfortable speaking about that?
If I may, this isn't isolated to Redeemer Baptist. This is a phenomenon that we've seen in other groups. I'm keen to hear what my colleagues think about this, but what I've observed from my vantage point is often this idea of spiritual fathering comes in and usurps the rights of parents. So they might have a guru or a central charismatic or narcissistic character that takes a very profound place in that system, and that person becomes the central voice by which everything under that, everything within that system is governed. Whether it's the school board, whether it's the church board, whether it's the family, they hold all the cards there, and they have the capacity to sort of deal out retribution or blowback or direct any course of activities from that. And it can vary from different groups. I was really horrified to read some of the things that have been put forward in media with regard to young children being shifted from house to house, and I'm sure Mrs. Guerra will agree that this has a huge impact on attachment. But I also just want to sort of mention that it confuses a child's idea of who was safe and who was there for them and who was not. It's ruptured right from the very beginning. In other groups, I've only really seen it from sort of older ages, sort of your teenage years, with the exception of groups like Children of God and this one. It's dreadfully concerning to me, but it really fits the conceptualization of what a cult is when that central charismatic person has all of that power. And I would reinforce that in these systems, there are only symbolic figureheads that may just parrot what's coming straight from that leader. Again, I haven't investigated Redeemer Baptist. I can't make any allegations about that, but that is something really common that we've seen. So Harvey Weeks raised some brilliant points in his statements on consent, but I'd also like to say that choosing to leave isn't something that always happens. If somebody within their system doesn't explicitly obey, then they're not going to get the choice to leave. They're going to get the boot, and that is absolutely just such a fundamental rupture. So, yeah. That's my thoughts on that. I'd be keen to hear from others.
Any other?
If I could just say something. So from my experience, this type of situation arose probably at some level, well, I'd say definitely from a level of genuinely trying to help a person who was, we might say, going through a struggle, which a struggle may have been trying to deal with some form of rebellion against the rules. So this person may have been, seeking to break some boundaries, and they're helped to see that, there's another way of doing this. But I think that no matter, regardless of whether someone in this situation perceives it to be the right thing to do, doesn't mean it is the right thing to do. Sociologically, if you might say, or through, as far as the law is concerned, or ethics, and I think it needs to be seen also in the context of the bigger picture. Talking about schooling, for example, I think it is possible that there's groups that or schooling groups or systems that don't necessarily have the education of the children as the primary occupational purpose. There may be some additional thing that they're trying to achieve as far as keeping people within the group. There might be financial benefits to this whole control thing, which supersede just the pure fact of the best education of the children.
In this circumstance, how does the state choose a response that can distinguish between harmful arrangements and, like, it's not uncommon that if kids are having difficulty, they might go and live with another family member, right? Like, that happens quite regularly in society, and that might be beneficial. How does this, if the state's going to intervene in these circumstances, what's the line that we need to draw? What's the tool that we need to use to determine when these kind of arrangements are actually insidious and harmful as opposed to potentially beneficial. It's like a complex question for us to be able to navigate.
Have you got comments?
I think it's, I really liked how the Inquiry into Cults and Fringe group labelled something in relation to the functional control of the children. So people who basically have functional control, they're not just like a friend, they're not that are hanging out or something. So I think that's really important, obviously, that every person has, you know, working with children checks and everything. But I think the main thing is this is used as control and punishment. That's not used to, because the kids are having a hard time or something, or they're going on a trip. Like, this is literally used to break down the family bonds. And even we heard the survivors say today that, you know, let's call the leader, you know, father or whatever, and like forget everything your parents have taught you. I'm now sort of like your parental figure. I know in our group we called David Berg Grandpa. He was like a criminal and a pedophile, a person that I've never met. My grandparents got the Order of Australia, and I didn't grow up as an Australian. I don't even have an Australian accent. Got this weird American accent from the community I grew up in, so I didn't even feel Australian. Yet my grandfather was this random American guy that has taken full control of my life, and all the stories were about him and his this and his his voice was so loud in my head. And I think that's where you're talking. I mean, I've lived in Asia and Africa and all over the world, so I have no problem with collectivism. I think it's wonderful when families rally together and take care of each other. My family is Filipino, my in-laws. So that's not the problem. The problem is this is a random person who's not their family, who's using them for his benefit. This is not increasing the wealth of their families and their tribes and their, you know, to support them to have a better future. This is to increase the wealth of the leader and to increase his control. And it's the destruction of their family benefits him. The destruction of their parental relationships and their attachments with their protective family benefits the people with the multi-millions and millions of dollars. So it's completely different than collectivism, culture, even, you know, healthy religion. So I think that's where you have to draw the line. And it's definitely not in the benefit of the children to have that level of control over their lives. Even in some of the positive things I was reading, like some of the parents were saying, oh, I love how the teachers have complete, you know, I'm going to say it wrong, I'm sure, but advice to my children in all areas of life. Well, that's not appropriate for a teacher to advise your children about every area of their life. I would not be comfortable with that as a mother. The teachers do not have the best interests of my children. You know, they've got a job to do, and that's not to give them a predetermined existence for their benefit somehow, or the benefit of their leader. So I think it's very, very important to draw that line. And I lived in, since I was 7, since I was 3, my mum, I had no family members living in the Philippines, and I was there by myself. And yeah, it's incredibly damaging and harmful, and there's a lot of research on the kibbutz. Anyway, different like communal living places where they broke down family attachments. And, you know, one of them is, of course, relationships. And I mean, cultic harm is a relational harm. And it's not like a car accident or something. It's a harm of relationships, of trying to use and control and abuse. And just like the commissioner said this morning, 100% of people raised in that environment said they experienced psychological harm. And I asked him, because it doesn't make sense to put everyone in one cohort. I was like, there was 33% raised or born and raised in that community. And I'm like, can we please just take them out and differentiate, and then let's look at the stats again, because a parent sending their child to school is going to have a very different experience to someone raised in that environment versus someone as a 30-year-old who decides to volunteer in that environment. So I think it's super important to differentiate these things. Yeah.
Thank you. Can I ask Ms. Heath McIver, just in terms of the framework that's outlined in your submission, the 6 domains, I looked at that and I thought the one thing that seems to be missing is the financial control, which seems to be a consistent element in these high control organisations. Is there a reason why the framework omits financial control?
Yes, I'm thrilled to answer that question, but if I may just retreat to the previous one in rapid fire, because I know that you've got a schedule to keep to. I want to acknowledge that when there is something wrong in the village, we have a greater responsibility to scrutinise that sort of harm. So you are asking about when it's appropriate for children and young people to be separated for their families due to behavioural issues versus where it's appropriate to bring them back in. I think the element of intent here, if you're trying to raise an army, if you're trying to raise God's army, if you're trying to, raise a volunteer, quote unquote, because it's a coerced workforce, in my opinion, then that intent is not towards the welfare of the child, and that is vitally important. I also wanted to recognise the family violence overlay, that if women, particularly women in these systems, raise concerns, they might be actually threatened with the removal of their children, rather than their being free to leave or access other services. I also wanted to acknowledge, after Harvey mentioned that safe people were key to his exit, inside these groups we have persecution complexes, we have us versus them thinking. So actually fostering people that are genuinely safe becomes something that we have the responsibility to scrutinise. And something I forgot to mention at first is that religious freedom is not the freedom ever to defraud, exploit, abuse or deceive. But now to your question with regard to why finance wasn't put in among it in its own issue, is for us it comes under behavioural coercion, because it is sort of giving the money, but it also can be part of the cognitive element or the existential element. So we kind of got a little bit caught over where exactly to place that. I think it is an example of somewhere where the behavioural element sort of leaks into other areas. So it is absolutely there, but it sort of depends on whether it's, whether it's around tithing or being told that God's going to judge you if you don't give, or whether it's, you're not submitted enough if you're keeping your own bank account separately. Like, there can be all sorts of elements of that. So it probably fits best in behavioural.
I think Ms. Spencer also has her hand up.
Ms. Spencer?
Yeah, sorry, I've had my hand up for your previous question, where you were, when you were saying about, it looks like it could be a good arrangement if a child is moved to another household or whatever under certain circumstances. That sort of goes back to the point I was saying earlier, that is what these groups will do. There'll be a behaviour that may appear very, very normal in another situation, and they'll say, look, what we're doing is fine because we're doing it over there. And it's at those moments where it's really important to have a look at what else is going on within the system to see why that is happening. So there's almost like a bit of an intent there. And I can also just briefly sort of mention that part of that comes with that sort of occurrence is a lot of information control, in terms of they will be told, you have to interpret the Bible this way, or whatever scripture. You have to believe that these words here are the word of God and they mean this, and you will not have access to any other opinion, or if you have another opinion, then you're told that that's wrong. So therefore, the moving the child to another household that looks just on the outside surface as though that's just what sometimes happens, and sometimes it's for a good reason, it's actually being supported by this very controlled thinking, and no other alternatives are even looked at. or available. Yep, that was why the hand was up. Sorry.
Thank you.
Can I just add quick? Behavioural issues have nothing to do with behavioural issues. They're always questioning the leaders. That's almost always that you're not complying, you're not obeying, you're being rebellious. So they're spiritual sins. They're not like smoking and drinking or whatever. Like a lot of times, these behavioural issues are losing control of that child. And so they will put the child in that home under strict guidance and control. If you look at Biderman's chart of coercion, using all of these, this is a well used and our coercive control legislations basically put on this. So I can table this for you. But yeah, I think it's really important to differentiate what we're actually talking about. If it's not a risk to the child, it's a risk to them losing control of the children. And most of the things that they do are extreme, like the degradation, like we talked about, children being naked and them having to walk in front of all their peers and like things like that, to constantly humiliate, to shame, to enforce these trivial demands. So it's not like you might think when we're talking, and there's a lot of loaded terms as well. So it's quite hard. I think that's probably why it's hard for us who grew up in it to actually explain in a way that you might understand. But that's sort of why it's so dangerous to use it as a punishment method to take children away from their families, because it's like no one's coming to save you. You're on your own and we will break you. And that's many times the reason why they do it, to break a spirit.
Mr. Ruddock.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'd like to thank you all for your activism in helping people hopefully not fall into cults and to get out of cults. So I'm guessing it's not a well-paid job, and I'm guessing you attract enemies along the way, but you're doing it because you're trying to help other people, and so we're very grateful for that. So my question is to Miss Heath McIver. I read a paper a few years ago which said that there was, in the 1960s and 70s, there was a very high prevalence of cults, and that since then their decline has been, that it's been steadily declining, and that the advent of the internet played an important role in that, because people would hear these radical claims from a cult, and then prior to the internet they couldn't sort of go and double check it. Now they can, and so a lot less people are falling into cults. Do you think, I mean, you know more about this field than me, but do you think there's some accuracy to that?
Short answer, no. I think that there's a few factors at play here. First of all, I want to recognise that online radicalisation is a massive problem, and we're going to see that increase. There's a difficult sort of placement of ideology in recruitment versus the group-based coercive control that we see in cults and high control groups. And I think that's where the conversation splits. So in the 1970s, I think, this is my opinion from the reading that I've done, there was a lot of the people were coming away from sort of the institutions of religion. There were new movements sort of springing up. There was the New Age. There was, there's Woodstock. There was political activism. Resisting the Vietnam War, for example. And so there was lots of opportunities for institutional religion to point the finger at these other groups and brand them as cults, largely because of their beliefs. Within this, we saw what I would conceptualize as the modern understanding, a regulatable understanding of cults sort of overlap there. So that's why Beyond Belief is belief neutral. Believe what you want, but make sure there's no coercive control within that. And in the 70s, we did see a lot of cults spring up that were world rejecting, but also very coercive in the way that they exploited and abused their members, that were very deceptive in the way that they recruited. So in the modern iteration now, I think freedom of belief is vitally important for a pluralistic society, for a safe society. freedom of belief is not something that we want to encroach on, because it invites a sort of moral panic and a sort of othering that is not helpful in cults. But this issue of coercive control is an interesting one, because we have a more normalised, non-institutional sort of religion, as in not Catholic, not Anglican, not Church of, what's the other one? I forget it, the English one. But we have these Pentecostal groups, and we have these charismatic groups, and then we have these extremist groups. A lot of the time we have a group that could be quite large, and on the external face of it, not coercive, but on the inside of it, dreadfully coercive and really demanding compliance across multiple areas of life. That's why the word cult is vitally important for survivors, but almost functionally useless for regulators. So this is something where the government really has something to kind of tango with, something to wrestle with. The Victorian Parliamentary Inquiry into Cults and Organised Fringe Groups did this really well, because we do need to uphold freedom of religion, but we also have a responsibility to vulnerable people who may have been seekers, may have been seeking psychological safety, may have been looking at what's going on in the world and feeling insecure, and then found themselves in a group that systemically stripped their freedom and indoctrinated them into a really limiting worldview. So complex question, but yeah, that's the best I can do on the spot with that one.
Okay, no, thank you. And this question is, my second and final question is to anybody who wants to answer it. This inquiry is narrowly looking at the Redeemer Baptist School. There are over 3,000 schools in New South Wales. Have you heard in your work on this front about cults and rescuing people, have you heard rumours about any other school in New South Wales where there has been this sort of merger between the church, the school, and there's been cult-like behaviour, or do you think Redeemer Baptist is a one-off?
Yes, I've heard of others.
Yeah, same.
Sorry, but was there a question to me?
There are others.
I think we've
yeah.
both
Are there
agreed that
others?
there is others.
So you're
yeah.
saying there are others?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we're a bit reluctant, I think, across the board to say more than that publicly, but yes, definitely allegations of others. The Australian Cult Survivors Network did start in Victoria and has been sort of monopolising a lot of attention from our efforts, which are, as you rightly point out, unpaid. But there is definitely flags that we have over other groups.
Yeah, but these are, I'm really concerned with the schooling. So you're saying that there has been somewhat of a similar model that we've seen at Redeemer is being used for other similar institutions in New South Wales?
If
yes.
I may speak carefully on that one. My children attend a school in New South Wales, but they are denied access to university, as an example of what you're saying.
Well, so students would go to this school and they would be told they couldn't go to university?
That's correct.
And that was a religious school?
Correct.
Right. Because you're going to learn about the devil at the university?
Yes, it will be a bad influence and open you up to other possible thoughts and pathways in life.
Well, that's one. Now, then what if a student's halfway through year 12 and he or she absolutely insists, says, no, I'm going to go to university? So would they be trying to be talked out of it, which is one thing. Another thing is to shun them and to sort of cut them off from their society, which is sort of what we've been looking at with Redeemer. So do you think the school you're saying is it the school your children now go to?
That's correct. Yeah. And what you say is correct. They would be very strongly encouraged to rethink. But if they did choose to attend university, they would have to leave home and find their own way in life.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
If I might just quickly follow on there to what Harvey was saying, in situations like that, sometimes when the people, if they're going to a public school, they will still be told from whichever community that they're in that they shouldn't go to university. And sometimes, even when they're in a public school, they will not even be challenged that by the actual school. But all it can take sometimes is just that little bit of support from one outsider and they don't even realise the power that that's going to have. And that person will suddenly go, oh, I'm actually allowed to go to university, because it has just been so ingrained with just repetitive messages within the church or community that, no, you cannot do this or you can't do that.
And if I may, before we hand over this question, the Victorian inquiry into cults and fringe groups also highlighted homeschooling as a particular area of risk here. And I want to acknowledge that in some of these groups, if they can't start their own group, if they can't start their own school, they may pull their children out of school and homeschool them. I do concede that there is very valid reasons to homeschool. We live in a country with a huge landmass, and of course disability or other issues can create problems around there. But if it's an ideological reason to pull children out of school, there can be problems here. I recognise I'm not in a defamation-free zone, so I can't mention any groups, but that is a really big concern here. So is the unschooling movement. It is educational neglect, but there's also an element where groups may have an intent of not allowing their children to engage in any critical thinking. There's also situations that I have heard of in which churches or cults have stacked school boards or stacked parent advisory committees, or have advised their children to walk out of class if they are being taught things about respectful relationships, taught things about tolerance, pluralism, or other religions. So there's these issues as well, and it limits a child's ability or a person's ability to learn and to scrutinise whether what is happening to them or the world that they are growing up in is safe or in fact good.
Actually, I might just sneak in one more little tiny thing, sorry. And here I'm actually going to be pinning on a little bit of the hat of my own teaching experience. I've taught in Victoria and in Queensland, not in New South Wales, but I'm going to go out on a limb here and say it is probably the same situation insofar as the whole concept of group-based coercive control is nowhere in the curriculum. It is not talked about. The teachers do not know about it. And that's one thing that was also brought up in the Victorian inquiry too. And yeah, it's been recognised that education systems across the board would benefit from having a few discussions.
Thank you, and thank you for being conscious of your cross-jurisdictional limitations. I will go to Mrs. Ward for a question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, each of you, for assisting the committee today and for the work that you do. Very much appreciated. I just wanted to follow up on a question there from the Honourable Mr. Ruddock, because I just wanted to invite you perhaps, and given that you obviously don't want to name names, but I wondered if you might consider taking on notice and providing a confidential response to the committee if the chair and the committee agree, just in relation to those other examples that you may be aware of in New South Wales. I think we're mainly concerned with New South Wales, and this is any other relevant issues in this inquiry. I'd be interested in that, and if you feel there are other areas that you might not have been able to provide answers on in this public environment, can I invite you to consider adding those in as well where relevant. I think it's important that while we're focused on this particular issue, that if we're on notice of potential other issues, that we should perhaps have the opportunity to consider those, and any steps that you think in addition might assist. Obviously it's your work and your passion. I thank you for that. The other areas where this could be addressed, or how you see this being addressed in the current and other examples, and what might have worked well in other jurisdictions. Thank you, Chair. That's all from me.
Thank you. I think that does bring us to time. So if everyone's happy to take that last question on notice, that would be very helpful. That does conclude our time with you. Thank you very much. It's been incredibly useful for us. To the extent there are questions taken on notice or supplementary questions coming from the committee, the Secretariat will be in touch, and there'll be 14 days to respond. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Reverend, just checking you can hear us. Very much. Well, we'll get started. So I now welcome our next witness. If I could ask you to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Sure. Tim Costello. I am, well, what title do you want? I'm Chief Advocate for Gambling Reform, Australian Gambling Reform. I'm Director of Ethical Voice. I'm a Baptist minister in Victoria. I'm a fellow for the Centre for Public Christianity. So there are a few of the things I'm doing.
Thank you.
Now, I do not have the oath in front of me.
Hang on. We can do a repeat after me if you like.
Yeah, let's do that.
The oath?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. And would you like to make a short opening statement?
I'm assuming you've read my submission.
I have, yes. I assume that my colleagues have.
So I don't really, it's all in there. So no, I don't need to make an opening statement.
Thank you. If I could start then by asking you, when I read the submission, I was surprised that of how aware you were of Redeemer. Could you talk us through your experience and sort of when you first came across the Redeemer Church and its school?
Yes, so I had in 1978, 79 I was finishing my law degree, but I'd become a very part-time youth pastor at Oakley Baptist Church in Melbourne. And the minister was the Reverend Lionel Johnson, who had been the minister of Castle Hill Baptist Church. And his church secretary was Noel Cannon, who at that stage had been teaching at King's Boys' School or King's College, whatever it's called up there. And his daughter Sharon, he had 3 daughters, had joined the community that sort of, and I get these details a bit wrong, but it continued as the Castle Hill Baptist Church under the New South Wales Baptist Union. And then at some point, I don't quite know when, had separated from the Baptist Union and become the Redeemer community. And at that stage, there were sort of reasons that we felt excited, you might say, about what Redeemer was intending to do. Back then, experiments in community living weren't just in the secular world, they were within the church. And we ourselves, I'd been married in 1979, my wife and I were considering community and for a short time lived in community. And Redeemer appeared to be one of the pioneering groups experimenting in community living, a form of shared accountability and property and relationship, and it seemed very, very counterculture. These were sort of hangover in our mind from hippie times. We're all into community and against individualism, and that's how we were thinking about our future. We had applied to go to a Baptist seminary in Switzerland. European Baptists funded it, and American Baptists actually, and had intentions of coming back and forming intentional community. So, at the request of that minister, Lionel Johnson, who'd been a very close friend of Noel Cannon, or his advice, we went and spent a few nights in Redeemer Community, 1980, before we went overseas to Baptist Seminary. And as I said in my submission, what we saw at that time still seemed to be cutting-edge experience in community. We had really some warning signals, and my wife and I discussed it. Another couple from the church, actually, who are still at St Kilda Baptist Church, the church I came back and was the first pastor in 1984, came with us, so two couples. We were worried about what we thought were authoritarian tendencies we saw in 1980. Control. Noel Cannon was respected, in our view, to an almost unhealthy degree. He did all the talking and the teaching. I kept corresponding from Switzerland with the minister at Oakley Baptist Church, Lionel Johnson. He said it has become cult-like, Tim, and his daughter Sharon, who is still in that church, Lionel Johnson, has now died, is getting cut off, and we're having difficulty seeing her. He used to be the minister at Castle Hill, and Noel Cannon was his church secretary, and they had been close friends, and this was very, very worrying. So I started in 1984 at St Kilda Baptist Church after 4 years of Baptist seminary theological training, and I kept a bit of contact with Lionel Johnson. I didn't do anything about it. It wasn't in my state. It was up there until a woman, Trish Seaman, who I refer to, joined my church, St Kilda Baptist. She was a young woman then. She's now Trish McGregor. And when she told me she had fled Redeemer Church, she had been dux of the school in the first cohort through the school. Curiously, she had fled sort of dark of night type of escape with Noel Cannon's daughter, Firth. What's Firth's name now? Firth Garth, I think her name is now. Firth Garth had wanted to leave clearly and had escaped and had incurred great wrath, and rather than, as I understood it from Trish, be cut off, had gone back and is still in the community. Trish was in a huge amount of pain, and I was now her pastor at St Kilda Baptist, so this is 1993 on for the next 2 years. I left St Kilda Baptist in 1995 to go to be the minister at the City Central, Collins Street Baptist Church. And I just saw the pain. No contact with the siblings, no contact with the parents, no acknowledgement of her existence. It wasn't that she'd walked away from Christian faith. She just walked away from Redeemer. And I felt very, very upset about that. The next bit, which I referred to in the submission, was a surprise invitation to speak at a presentation night at Redeemer School, or a speech night. And I've gone through my journals, and it was either 2007, 2008, but I couldn't find exact. I was speaking all over the country, so I can't actually be precise about the year, but it would have been November, December. And I agreed with Noel Cannon that I would speak on condition that he would let me the next day, because I was staying in the Redeemer. I stayed overnight in the Redeemer community up there. Talked to Trish's father, Jeff, and that was agreed to. And I did the speech night and the speech, and I referred to finding it weird because they were so angry at the education department. Some injunction must have come out about corporal punishment, and it was a breach of their freedom of religion to interfere with them as a school because they believed in spare the rod and spoil the child. And when they announced what that was on stage, how terrible and how we have to organise and fight this and our rights are being taken away, I remember I literally laughed out on the stage. I thought, what is so terrible about that? Anyway, the next day, Noel Cannon drove me to, I think it was a sort of historic building, because they're very good at building, that they'd bought and they were repairing to where Jeff Seaman would be. And we walked around the building. Noel was saying hello to a number of people. I was taking note, wondering which one's Jeff Seaman. And then he said to me, I'm sorry, he's not here. And when I described at least two of the men later that I had seen to Trish, one of them, she confirmed to me almost certainly would have been her father. I can't prove that, but that's from my description what she said at the time. So I felt really deceived. I felt angry. I participated in a Channel 9 program about them called Unholy Devotion. So look, I see that program was 2005, so I'm now thinking I might have been speaking earlier at the school presentation. I'm sorry my evidence is so vague, but I just can't remember the date I spoke at the speech night. But anyway, I participated in that because I was very angry. And the latest 60 Minutes, the producer rang me, and I didn't go on camera because I said, look, I don't really know about the ins and outs of educational regulations in New South Wales. I don't know if they're compliant or not. I don't know. And that story was particularly, I think, raising questions about the school and educational regulation and compliance. I have had contact with Alexandra Garth, who is the daughter of Firth Garth, who has left. She rang me and told me about this. Somehow she got my number. I've never met her. But she told me, she's Noel Cannon's granddaughter, she told me about this inquiry. Are you an inquiry or are you a...
We are an inquiry.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're an inquiry. I've been doing Senate inquiries. I'm getting a bit confused. You're an inquiry, and she suggested to me that it might be helpful for me to make a submission. I didn't know the inquiry was going on until she rang me. I have talked to Trish McGregor, and I think she has also put a submission in. And I was quite shocked just talking to Alex, Noel Cannon's granddaughter, Firth's daughter, that a couple of her kids have also left. I think one is still in Redeemer and her parents, and basically still the same behaviours of shunning and excommunication are ongoing. That really shocked me. Look, I don't really have evidence that's necessary for this inquiry other than the proposition I put in the submission that I have absolute belief in freedom of religion and for religious schools, whatever faith, to be free to teach and practice according to their beliefs. I'm a strong defender of freedom of religion. But my simple point is that there is a line crossed that if you're receiving taxpayers' subsidies and you are, as an institution running a school, still breaking up families, taxpayers' money should not be supporting that. I doubt probably that's been tested anywhere in law. I know that might go to exclusive brethren schools and other schools too. But that's the motivation for my submission. I feel that the family, and I'm very conservative on this, is the fundamental cornerstone of society. Edmund Burke, really the founder of conservatism, said, the family is one of those little platoons, fundamental in civil society to formation, the backbone, the cornerstone of civil society. And anything that is damaging that, as I believe Redeemer Church are, and by extension their school, anything that is damaging that foundation with excommunication and keeping family members from talking to each other shouldn't be receiving taxpayers' funds. So that's not technical evidence. It's simply why I wrote the submission. So I might finish there.
Thank you. I'll just ask one little question and then throw over to my colleagues. And my question is admittedly quite ignorant, so please do forgive me. I am curious as to the name Redeemer Baptist, simply because it seems quite different to other Baptist churches in terms of its beliefs and behaviours to other Baptist institutions I've come across. Is it you said right at the beginning in your statement just now that they'd broken away from They broke away from,
yes, they were Castle Hill Baptist under the Reverend Lionel Johnson. And he was actually, with Noel Cannon as his church secretary, exploring community and exploring charismatic movement and exploring, let's call it the church trying to be a signpost to the world that you don't need to live individualistically and selfishly. So it started, I think, with really, noble motives. Some might say, very New Testament ideas. Look, I haven't gone into the history and understood why they called themselves Redeemer, what year they broke away. They may have left Castle Hill Baptist very early. I just cannot remember. But they're very different to other Baptist churches.
And so they're not accountable in any way to a broader sort of religious structure?
A denominational structure, no. They're only accountable to themselves, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Diana.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about just the custom and practice within the Baptist Church in terms of how the churches are structured. You talked about Noel Cannon being the secretary. My sort of loose understanding of Baptist churches is that they're the congregation are the members, and that ultimately they have the final say over the church committee and who the pastor is. But it seems that Redeemer Baptist doesn't seem to have replicated that more, I suppose, democratic, grassroots sort of structure that applies in Baptist churches. Is that your understanding?
Yes. Absolutely. They are what would be called in theological terms an apostolic church. Noel Cannon is the apostle. He anoints the successor. The members really have no say over that. The Baptist churches are congregationally governed, and you're right, can call their own ministers. But under the Baptist denomination, usually those are ministers who have accreditation with the wider denomination. So there is usually theological training. The Baptist College in New South Wales is Morling, and accreditation with the union, and the union with the family of Baptist churches in New South Wales has all the policies that you expect a denomination to have, safe church policies, working with children policies, things that churches who belong to the denomination are accountable if they're in the denomination to be applying, can be investigated, can be brought up for disciplinary proceedings if they're breaching that the denomination runs. That Redeemer are subject to none of those.
And was that sort of apostolic structure evident from the very early
days?
Yes,
it was. It was. And, in 1980, how old was I? 25. And I hadn't done any theological study. I didn't necessarily, in my own mind, understand those questions and ask them when I stayed first in 1980 there, but it was very clear to me that what I called an apostle, Noel Cannon had already in 1980 assumed that power, absolutely clear. So it was very different, and I only, as I reflected on it, listened to the Reverend Lionel Johnson, who had been his friend and had left Castle Hill and come to Melbourne to Oakley Baptist, and that's where I ended up working with him in 1978, 79, 1980. I started to realise this is not a Baptist church. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Well, thank you very much, Reverend Costello, for being with us, and your personal experiences with the church are very helpful for the inquiry. Being a lifelong Baptist and a prominent Baptist in this country, it must be somewhat awkward that Redeemer Baptist Church, which is not affiliated with the Baptist Church, is able to use the word Baptist. Is that there's nothing the church can do about that? Is that correct?
Yeah, it is correct. And unlike America, which has Southern Baptists who supported slavery and only apologised for it in 1988, and Northern American Baptists who are against slaves, and so you have different denominations. In Australia, you largely only have Australian Baptists. They're New South Wales Baptists. They're organised on a state basis, Victorian Baptists, but it is one Baptist union. There might be a couple of American plants called Independent Baptists, but there's hardly any. So within the family of Baptists, yes, it is embarrassing.
And I'm interested to hear about this concept of Christian communal living, which is not something I'm familiar with, at least since the Book of Acts 2,000 years ago. So was this a practice which was it was a concept that Baptists were giving it a go in the 70s of communal living? Or was it exclusively Baptist, or other Protestant groups were doing the similar thing?
No, other Protestant groups were doing it. So the thumbnail sketch is in America, when you had the hippie counterculture, you had the Jesus Revolution. Mm-hmm. And the Jesus Revolution was young people saying, our formal churches, with ties, organs and choirs, don't look like Jesus. Let's experiment in, the New Testament model, which seemed to be relational, non-hierarchical, communal sharing. It was happening across a whole range of denominations, from Catholic to Protestant. So that movement saw the springing up of a number of communities. The House of the Gentle Bunyip in New South Wales, the House of the New World, which was started by a Baptist minister, John Hurt, who started Christian surfboarder riders. Resurrection community, any number of communities around that time were experimenting in communal living. And it was not just Baptists.
So would it be fair to say it has fizzled out, and that
Yes.
people aren't doing so? So really, Redeemer is sort of once again out on its own, doing something unusual, but on its own.
Yes, I mean, look, you might argue, the Catholic Church might argue that where nuns in an order live communally, that's still a form of it, and that's 2,000 years old. But yes, certainly in Protestant churches it has.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think that does bring us to time. Thank you so much. It has been a real pleasure to have you speak to the inquiry and to share that first-hand experience with us. To the extent there was questions taken on notice or supplementary questions, the committee secretariat will be in touch. But that does conclude our time with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you. We'll now take an afternoon tea break and we'll be back at 3:30. Passed on. Thank you. I now welcome our final witnesses for the day. If I could ask you to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation, starting on my left.
Thank you. My name is Paul Martin. I'm the CEO of NESA, the New South Wales Education Standards Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Good afternoon to the committee. Murat Dizdar, Secretary for the New South Wales Department of Education. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you like to commence with an opening statement, either of you or both of you?
I would like to, if that's okay.
Please go ahead.
I have something that I will pass in, but I'll give a summary, a précis of it. Thank you, obviously, to the Chair and the committee members and to the other witnesses today for the opportunity to appear. The New South Wales Education Standards Authority has statutory responsibilities that apply across 3,000 schools in New South Wales, including all three sectors, public, Catholic and independent. Our responsibilities are established under 3 Acts of Parliament: the Education Act, the Teacher Accreditation Act and the Education Standards Authority Act. So we set the school curriculum, assessment including the HSC, the registration of teachers, accreditation of initial teacher education programs or teacher training programs, the regulation of schooling, the regulation of non-government school funding as it applies to Section 83C of for-profit schooling, the management of teacher professional conduct. They're the limits of our remit. In terms of the regulation of schools, while we perform a broad range of statutory functions, I believe the inquiry is principally concerned with our oversight of non-government school registration and potentially funding. We regulate non-government schools through a registration and renewal framework established under the Education Act. So to remain registered, schools must continue to demonstrate compliance with the registration requirements in areas of governance, student welfare, child protection, teaching staff, educational programs, attendance and premises. Non-government school registration is renewed every 5 years. We apply a risk assessment to prioritise our inspection and assurance activities, and we direct greater regulatory attention where the available information indicates a higher risk of non-compliance. For schools that have consistently demonstrated compliance and are considered lower risk, we have a more streamlined registration renewal process. I would note that the form of regulatory engagement may differ from school to school, but the registration requirements do not. In addition to registration renewal processes, NESA undertakes random inspections across all school sectors and conducts with cause inspections where information raises questions about a school's compliance with the requirements. This information can include complaints, referrals from other agencies, media reports, internal NESA referrals and other sources. And where a line of inquiry exists regarding a school's compliance with registration requirements, NESA investigates. When information received by NESA is relevant to those requirements, it is assessed as part of NESA's regulatory process. The same information may also indicate possible criminal conduct or matters regulated by other agencies. In those circumstances, NESA shares the information with the appropriate authority as provided for under the NESA Act, while continuing to consider any implications for the school's compliance with registration requirements. NESA is responsible for recommending to the Minister the renewal of non-government schools registration. We can recommend a direction to address identified issues, conditions imposed on a school's registration, reduced length or provisional registration, or cancellation of a school's registration. In relation to 83C, which I mentioned earlier, non-government schools that receive New South Wales government funding are accountable for how they spend all their funds and use their assets. The use of school funds and assets must be for the operation of the school. That is, they must not operate for profit. Teacher accreditation and professional conduct. NESA is the sole decision maker for all levels of teacher accreditation for all school sectors. We have a responsibility for teacher professional conduct decisions and is the sole authority to suspend, cancel, revoke or impose conditions on a teacher's accreditation. I'd also like to finish by saying that we are always open to considering practical changes and improvements by providing advice to the Minister of the Day to strengthen coordination between our agency and other agencies, both state and federal. And I'd also like to add, overwhelmingly, the majority of New South Wales schools seek to do the right thing and respond constructively when concerns are identified. I thank you for your opportunity to appear today, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr Disdar, did you also have a statement or no?
No, I don't, Chair.
Okay, I've got a bunch of questions I'll start with and then I'll throw across. So if we start then with... let's start with random inspections and with cause inspections. Have there been any random inspections of Redeemer Baptist School over the last
2018, there was a random inspection.
2018?
So they were inspected as part of the cyclical process in 2005, 10, 15, then the random process in 2018. In 2020, COVID occurred and we suspended our face-to-face inspection processes, quite obviously. They were inspected in 2025. And we are currently engaged in a with cause, I believe, in relation to some of the more recent issues.
Okay. Was there a with cause inspection done back in 2006 or 7 when the last bit of...
No, the inspection occurred as part of the cyclical inspection in 2005.
Okay. And when those inspections are done, who does them?
There are inspectors at NESA. There are 10 inspectors and 2 senior inspectors. They visit the school. They go through the processes of... They go through the regulatory requirements, the registration requirements. They generally focus on particular things. There might be a particular area of focus of all schools of a particular year. It might be child protection or anti-bullying or teacher accreditation. There might be a focus. But schools have to demonstrate that they fulfil all of the registration requirements via policy or procedures. And then schools also must show that they follow their own policy and procedures.
What is the expertise of those people who were doing the inspection? Do they have, what's their background?
Many of them are former senior teachers, even principals or deputy principals from schools. They're all from an education background, I understand. I'll take that on notice, but I'm pretty confident that they're all educators by background and senior people from schools.
Yeah.
And they do a lot of training and then they are engaged in the inspection process.
One of the recommendations coming out from the recent Victorian inquiry, as well as mentioned by the Modern Slavery Commissioner, is in relation to sort of upskilling authorities and people doing these sorts of inspections in what a high control or high, coercive high control group looks like and what the red flags and risk factors would be. The inquiry certainly in Victoria was saying that there really isn't that expertise embedded in the relevant authorities yet. Is that something that there is any expertise in NESA for?
I don't think that any of our inspectors would have expertise in notions of coercive control. I think it's a relatively recent issue I know the Victorian issue, but would be open, of course, to any additional support for school inspectors. I think it might be a very difficult thing for school inspectors to identify at face value. But
so has there been any sharing with other authorities concerns in relation to Redeemer Baptist School by NESA?
Yes, there has. In June 2005, we referred matters to the New South Wales Police, the Department of Community Services, the New South Wales Ombudsman, the Australian Tax Office and the Industrial Relations Commission.
Right. Are you aware of what the consequences of any of those referrals are?
We would only be aware of consequences if they then affected the issues at the school in relation to child protection, a teacher losing or being revoked for 2005, being revoked for accreditation, or anything to do with misconduct. Tax office or those sorts of things would not normally be referred back to us. We heard, as far as I'm aware, this is 2005, we did not receive any information back from those referrals.
Okay. One of the other issues you mentioned is you've got responsibility for under 83C to ensure that that the not-for-profit is working as a not-for-profit, I guess, effectively.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that in this particular case, we've heard evidence that Redeemer Baptist School is paying a certain amount of wages to the church, or a certain amount to represent the wages of the teachers that it is hiring from the church effectively. But then that the church itself is not paying that full amount across to the teachers and to the other staff. How does that arrangement fit within what you would expect in terms of the use of Commonwealth funding?
I suppose there's two parts of that. In the one sense, NESA is explicitly prohibited from, in its broader, under the Teacher Accreditation Act, for engaging in anything to do with industrial matters. So arrangements between, the contracting of staff or the industrial awards or those sorts of things are matters between people, teachers and their employers. In relation to 83C and the matter that you've just raised, I think that the current allegations will allow, or would potentially cause, NESA to investigate all of the matters in relation to 83C that arise today and or after the media reports.
So if it's substantiated that the net effect of that is that the sort of excess, what might otherwise be called profit, but it's called the surplus from those activities, is then invested into properties that church members, some of whom may be staff members.
I couldn't speculate.
In.
All I could say is that those sorts of matters would need to be investigated thoroughly.
Right.
As long as the money is spent on the education of students for the school, and how that is determined would be a matter of decision and interrogation.
Right.
But as long as it's spent, all money, if a school receives state and Commonwealth funding, then any money that it receives must be spent on the education of students on the school.
So if you, okay, but
and that's teachers and any other facilities.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, but if you were an entity that instead of directly hiring the staff yourself and paying for that yourself, you instead gave a lump sum to another entity that you'd sort of contracted out to provide those services, you could call that amount anything and say that is, for salary or for whatever. Is that the kind of, would you ordinarily look through that transaction to investigate further? Do you have the
if we
power to do that?
receive information, and that includes media reports or complaints, or if NESA finds out of something of that nature that we're not sure about, we will investigate.
Sorry, Mr. Diadam.
I was going to ask on this line of questioning. So Redeemer, in their submission, say that they engage a number of casual staff, teachers' aides and administrative assistants who are employed by Redeemer Baptist Services Limited, so not by the school. Then they say Redeemer pays Redeemer Baptist Services Limited for the services rendered by these casual staff based on the actual award wages paid to them by Redeemer Baptist Services Limited. Now, Redeemer say that they have no employees. If this arrangement is a sham, the people who are engaged in these services are engaged actually under the, ministry order, so they're technically volunteers. They're not receiving those award wages. Doesn't this suggest that this is actually a scheme to subvert funds that are intended for educational purposes into the Redeemer Baptist Church? Isn't this what Malik Fard got done for as well? The same kind of arrangement where funds that were supposed to be spent in the school for a specific purpose actually get diverted through
third parties or
some kind of arrangement to channel the money elsewhere, so that it's then outside of the sort of clear oversight of the regulatory agencies.
I would say it's a matter of interrogation for the 83C people at NESA to make sure that all things are followed appropriately. I couldn't speculate on that myself, the legalities of it, or even on face validity, but it's certainly a matter that's arisen over the last little while, and with allegations made by numbers of teachers and former teachers.
Do you want to continue on this line of finance?
I was going to move on to governance, if you're happy with that. So I wanted to ask about the governance arrangements and what role NESA has in terms of satisfying itself that the governance of the school is independent and transparent. And the evidence we've received is that the governance of both the church and the school are intertwined. The personnel are interlocking and pretty much identical, which means that there's no mechanism to determine whether the governance arrangements are being conducted in a way that's for the benefit of the school and consistent with their obligations, or primarily for the benefit of the church. What role does NESA have in terms of ensuring that those governance arrangements are appropriate and consistent with the standards that are expected for a recipient of public funds?
So NESA, we were given new powers in relation to governance after the BOSTES review. There was a review of the Board of Studies Teaching and Educational Standards, which was the former Institute of Teachers and the Board of Studies merged under Minister Pickley, 2014 or 14. As part of the review of BOSTES, there was some changes to registration and regulatory processes, and one of those was about a risk-based assessment process for schools, for independent schools, and another, I think, referred to governance, strengthening governance requirements, requiring people on boards to have done appropriate training, a range of other requirements. When we inspected, I'll put it on notice, the Redeemer Baptist, we required them to make some changes to governance when we did that inspection. But the sorts of arrangements that you're talking about would need to be the subject of further governance oversight, I think. I don't think there's anything... I think that there needs to be an analysis of the process by which the school governing board and the other entities of the school are related.
So what kind of changes did you?
I think it was separation in terms of the response, where complaints were initiated, who responded to the complaints, and a separation to some degree that occurred in that inspection. But again, I'll put that on notice.
What kind of documentation is required in terms of we've heard evidence that because of this blending, often meetings, it's not clear what's a meeting of the Board of Governors for the school as opposed to meetings of the governing council of the church, and that there's not appropriate paperwork to document the decision-making process. Like, is there, what kind of requirements are there?
So our inspectors would ask, if we're focusing on governance, we don't focus on everything in every inspection. So that's the first thing. And depending on directions or particular issues that may be in the public interest for, child protection, quite obviously, anti-bullying will be a focus of inspection in the next inspection rounds. There may be others. But in relation to governance, if we had inspected specifically for the governance issue, we would look for their policies and procedures. We would ask for them to demonstrate that their boards had followed appropriate training, had met the requirements of membership of a board, and then we would follow through and make sure that all of the governance requirements met the common standard. Now, we've received, subsequent to our inspections of the random in 2018 and COVID inspection, but 2025, a series of other allegations that have arisen as part of this inquiry and media, and we will pursue those. We respond, apart from the work that we do in relation to making sure that schools' regulatory requirements are met, with particular focuses, as I've indicated, there is a reliance to some degree, or an expectation, that we can't expect that every issue in every school is conducted and understood by a registration every single time. And particularly the registration process is our analysis on that day. So things that arise between the inspection processes or before a random inspection, we rely on allegations or complaints or other matters that give us a reason to show cause or to conduct another inspection. There are 800 individual independent and Catholic schools, and as I indicated, our risk-based capacity to use the resources effectively relies on the cyclicals, the randoms, and response to complaints.
In relation to the evidence that we've received, which is similar to the evidence that was reported on sort of 20 years ago as well, that there is this sort of blending of the home life and school life of a lot of the children at Redeemer. Whose responsibility is it to, is that strictly a DCJ responsibility, or does it fall under Nessa's responsibility in terms of looking at, are they meeting child protection standards and things like that? Is that something that Nessa has investigated in the past?
There are many different ways in which faith-based groups organise both the relationship of the school to the church that sits alongside the school or within the faith that might cover many schools. We are not particularly in a position to make judgments about how that is manifest unless it crosses a threshold where something like child protection we may be alerted to a child protection concern, at which point we would refer that to the Office of the Children's Guardian. So the way in which the school and the faith interact outside of the school is not something that Nessa has oversight of unless there is a complaint or unless we uncover something at an inspection.
We've heard evidence today that this arrangement at Redeemer Baptist is quite particular and is not something where we have, this entire volunteer staff. Is not something that witnesses have seen in other schools in New South Wales. Is that your understanding as well, that this is it's pretty much a one-off when it comes to the entirety of the staff being members of the church? Is that your understanding?
I'm not sure about a one-off in terms of the entirety of the staff being members of the church, but the entirety of the staff being paid as volunteers, I have not heard of that before.
Sorry, you were correct. That is the distinction. Because of that, I guess that
doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, but
yeah.
It strikes me as unusual.
Because of that difference, did that trigger any additional attention from Nessa when it came to things like teacher accreditation and that sort of thing?
Because the teachers are accredited, and they were accredited under the school's as a school, the teachers were accredited. They paid their accreditation fees. They completed their 100 hours of PD. They did all of the other requirements of registration. Their employment relationship, or the nature of a volunteer relationship, is not part of the accreditation process, if that makes sense.
This situation where you've got family homes being...
Sorry, I just should say, and my colleague Mr Disdar, all teachers have to undergo and have working with children check clearance, and they're all able to work with children. That's mandatory.
All staff?
Teaching staff, or probably all staff, yeah.
Okay, so the family homes that are co-located with classrooms, or we've heard about, family homes being above classrooms and things like that. Is that something you've seen in other schools?
It's not something I've seen. There are schools where there are premises for staff on site of schools and premises that are owned by the schools that staff have in some arrangement in their employment. That's not uncommon. The siting of where they are in relation to classrooms, I haven't seen it before, but I'm not sure that it doesn't exist. But it's an unusual arrangement.
Yeah, and that unusual arrangement, does that not trigger some sort of additional risk assessment?
It would trigger a risk assessment if there was a suggestion that there was inappropriate relations or inappropriate between staff and students, or that we had complaints in relation to that. But we don't go into the private property of employees of the school, and we rely on, as I said, an arrangement that unusual.
It's not private property, though.
Sorry?
It's not private property. I mean, the
Oh,
property
the homes.
is owned by the school
Are
or the church.
Are they part of the
There's actually no
school?
distinction, but there's no private property as far as we can ascertain from the evidence we've
Mr.
received.
Yadam, I understand. It's what I mean by private property. If it's not the school premises and it's not designated as the school premises, as I said, there are schools which have property that other staff members, the staff members are rented, whatever, and it's adjoining or alongside. That wouldn't be part of the school that we have any inspection responsibility for.
So
If
do
it's
they have to
inside the
provide you
school,
with details of the extent of the school property, like what is part of the school in terms of property and what isn't part
that
of the
would be
school?
defined as part of the registration process.
That's
but
part
there
of
are
the process, is it?
Yeah.
What about homestay
schools,
arrangements?
Sorry.
Homestay arrangements.
Yeah, I've been listening. Look, the homestay arrangements are very unusual, and may or may not be given with the consent of the parents involved.
Yeah.
And they may, in fact, sometimes be relatives of the parents. I'm not trying to, but notwithstanding that, it's an unusual arrangement.
Does NESA have a regulatory capacity in homestay arrangements?
No, I don't think so. But I
Who
think,
does?
Well, that's interesting. What we would do in the circumstances, if we felt that there was something unusual is not strong enough. If we thought there were children at risk, then we would refer that to appropriate other agencies.
What do you mean by at risk in that context, though?
Well, if we thought that there were child protection issues because of the relationship of children at the school or young people at the school with teachers on the school premises or outside of the school premises, but there was a child protection risk, then we would refer that to the children's guardian.
If so, we've heard and we've received submissions from people who have lived in houses with multiple rooms where there's 5-6 children to a room, sometimes with an adult as well, with teachers, some of the teachers being relatives, some not. Those sorts of, I guess, multi-person houses that are blending students with teachers. I know it seems odd to us, but does that sort of raise any regulatory flags of any kind?
I don't think it fits within our regulatory remit in relation to the way that that the school and the parents of the children and young people decide where their children and young people are living. So as in terms of the strict legislative and regulatory remit, I don't think it does.
But you would have regulatory oversight if a child goes to a camp, for example, and there's parents and teachers, in close accommodation in a camp environment. How is that something materially
Just
that
like
different
also,
from?
That's a good example. So is the boarding school structure. So in our system we have boarding schools and we have premises that are for staff, but it is separated from the student premises and the boarding facility, and then you've got staff supervision at the boarding facility. Schools carry a duty of care, and they've got to have a ratio of qualified staff depending on age and stage, and you'll find that the dormitories for staff are separate to the students on camps.
We don't regulate.
So you don't have any regulatory.
We don't regulate
oversight in
youth
that
camps or field centres, or they're not schools. We regulate schools. They have a particular definition in the Act. They have proprietors. They have governance structures. They are related to the Department of Education. We regulate schools. Outside of that school regulatory process, where children and young people live, their relationship with the people they live with is outside of NESA's remit. Now, I know the point you're making is that there is a conflation and an interrelationship, but I will take advice, but I think that I don't think that the students' living accommodation fits within NESA's registration processes.
You've got teachers living in a house with students on a site where education is being delivered as part of the school. surely you must have some oversight over that. I mean, that
If it's a boarding school, or if
it's
they're
not a boarding school, that's the issue.
But if
that
it's
we're
just
trying
a
to-
school, so listed on the charities website, you've got Redeemer Baptist School having 3 program locations. One of those is the school's address, 2 Masons Drive. The other 2 are, there's one at Long Beach, which is the camp, and the other is Old Northern Road in Castle Hill, which is Castle Hill House. So who is responsible for making sure that those locations are, you know, that education is being conducted as it should be in those locations, given they're listed.
Children are safe.
If
the children are safe, yeah.
Well, I actually, it's if you're trying to identify a regulatory gap or a regulatory oversight. I think it's a regulatory gap, potentially. I'd have to double check. But I think that what we do, the nature of those parts of the school environment, the private residences of people are outside of the NESA's remit in terms of regulation, and that the decisions made by parents under whatever circumstances where their children live are outside NESA's regulatory remit, unless there are complaints in relation to potential child protection matters where we would refer them on anyway.
Because these are all properties owned by the school.
Yeah, some of them are listed in the annual report of their annual reports.
Can I raise an adjunct to that, which is, so earlier in questioning to the IEU asked about the Work Health and Safety Act operation. I went and checked, because it's a voluntary association, the church, they're all volunteers, there's no employees, the Work Health and Safety Act doesn't apply, so there's actually not that health and safety framework operating as it would in a normal school, where you've got employees or a employee that would then give rise to the overarching obligations of the PCBU to guarantee a safe environment for everyone who's there. Like, what is there any other framework in terms of the physical and psychological safety of the people who are within that school in the absence of the operation of the Work Health and Safety Act?
It's a fantastic question, Mr. Diadam. The NESA's remit is the regulatory requirements in the Act, and there's 17 plus 2, and the 2 in relation to CRICOS, which is registered places where overseas students, and then there are facilities that are inspected in relation to that by NESA to make sure they're safe for young people who have come from overseas or elsewhere. In terms of the 3, I think you mentioned the three Ms. Savale mentioned 3 places inside the school.
Program locations.
Yeah. I've just been told that the 3 premises are registered locations and come under registration requirements, so presumably they've been inspected.
Thank you.
So not all of the additional houses and properties that the school owns, that these staff are living in with children.
If we are limited by the legislative remit and the registration requirements, and if a circumstance as appears to be the case, allegedly, I don't want to, the school deserves natural justice as well, and as the regulator I'm not going to presume in any way in relation to this, but the circumstances you've described in relation to a number of matters seem to cross over registration and regulatory requirements in a way that makes it more difficult for us to identify the intersection between the students at the school and other issues around their relationship outside of the school with people who are in the school. And I think that there's a question there about the parameters of registration and the parameters of legislation that we work within, because it's a very unusual set of circumstances.
If it helps, if a location is registered for education delivery, that comes under the registration requirements.
Mm-hmm.
So I can give you an example of a public school that's on split sites. One site and then across the road another site, or boarding schools that I indicated. Whatever is the registered sites comes under the registered requirements. If it also helps Mr. Diadam, volunteers in schools are covered by Safe Work Australia Model WHS laws. It does not matter if you're a volunteer, as long as you're performing work, the WHS obligations still apply to volunteers in the sector I lead, I have parents, I have retired teachers who come into schools for reading groups and volunteer.
Only if there's an employee.
They are covered,
if there's an employee,
whether they're paid or not, as a volunteer under WHS law.
Only if there is a employee, and that goes to my next question. Do we need to make a registration requirement that a school has at least one employee, so that the work health and safety framework requires?
That's if there's no employees, is what you're saying.
Yes.
That's a matter for registration requirements. Going back just to the other premises, Mr. Disto and myself, if they're registered parts of the school, if they're the homes of people who work at the school but are not registered, they're not part of the registration entity of the school, we're probably in a grey area. I know that there are some schools that have a principal's residence on the site, but they're not part of the school. Yeah. So there's potentially a grey area there. In relation to work health and safety and those issues arising from volunteerism, or we have referred, as part of this process, the Commonwealth Government a range of issues that we think are worthy of consideration that sit outside NESA's remit, again, fair work, etc.
Can I ask about the disciplinary practices of the school? Because we received evidence that an event that occurred in school gave rise to a child being removed from their parents' house and moved into the residence of the principal, effectively as a sort of disciplinary measure. I mean, what oversight does NESA have over the kind of disciplinary policy and practices of the school?
Well, they must have a discipline policy. They can't have corporal punishment. It must follow the rules of most schools' disciplinary policies are similar. There are differences because of interpretations in the independent sector. I'm not sure of the specifics of the case. If it's a case that earlier arose in 2004, 2005.
It was raised in evidence today. I don't know about the specific time of when it occurred.
What I understand from that complaint was that the parents were overseas. This is from 2005 and written records that we've looked through, that there was permission from the parents for that to occur, and that when interrogated by NESA, the issue was not substantiated, and in the sense that they couldn't get any further evidence about what had happened. Now, that may be, and we discussed before, the willingness of people to come forward for a variety of reasons. But unless it's a new issue, that issue is unsubstantiated in terms of proper regulatory process.
It goes to the issue about the blurring, though, doesn't it? Because it's about an action taken in consequence of an event that occurred in a school context, and then the consequence was actually some form of private punishment outside of school hours in a private context. Is there an obligation in terms of disciplinary policy that it not be psychologically harmful?
If it's the same issue of 2004, 2005, the processes that applied then was that it wasn't substantiated. If it occurred now, I would think it sat outside appropriate disciplinary procedures.
So to give you an example of the disciplinary policy, which I'll read from, it's in front of me, from the school, for prep, so pre-kindergarten to year 4, the action taken could be, and I'll just skip over to withdrawal of privileges. Would you agree that withdrawal of privileges for a child that young is not an appropriate form of any sort of discipline?
I can't answer on a personal...
It's punitive.
Well, it depends on withdrawal. I'm not going to try and defend a school's disciplinary policies.
I wouldn't. I certainly wouldn't.
And nor disciplinary policies aimed at a 5-year-old. But it would depend on withdrawal of privileges meant. If withdrawal of privileges meant that the child sits inside the classroom at recess, or there is a specific specificity there.
But that's not custom and practice for education.
In general, you require a discipline welfare policy, and it's got to foster a safe learning environment. It's got to be fair, transparent, There can be structured consequences that are stage and age appropriate, but
that's right.
It's part of registration processes that you do have a welfare and discipline policy, but it's not just a matter of showing the policy. You've got to be able to demonstrate how it's also implemented.
I think one of the concerns is that there's a lack of transparency with how any of it's implemented. You know, it talks about, you know, punishments to be made that the principal, headmaster or delegate will determine the appropriate discipline, taking into account the particular needs of a student. So there's no transparency there. If I'm a parent, you know, how is the, you know, and what's my recourse?
I think that in relation to school discipline policies, even, you know, more broadly, we have to be careful not to assume the worst in relation to a particular policy, withdrawal of privileges. You know, you don't get to go on the excursion, or you don't get to whatever. You know, even for if a school has those policies on the books and parents are aware when they enrol their students at that school, they make a choice to enrol their students at that school. In relation to the flexibility of a principal in deciding the appropriate discipline or welfare issue based on the issue concerned, I don't think that's a terrible thing prima facie. I think you find that most schools have discipline policies, and independent schools and Catholic schools have discipline policies that parents are aware of when they enrol the students.
Sorry, I'm just advised that incident actually occurred in 2013, so it's not actually the one that you're referring to.
Okay.
The person involved was aged 11 and in year 5, so...
Was it reported to NESA?
I don't know whether it was reported to NESA.
Yeah.
Just in terms of that, so is there any obligation in terms of accreditation to have an independent pathway for complaints?
So we are the independent pathway for complaints, but...
There's a big but there.
How do people know, like in a closed environment like this one, in a highly controlled...
We can only rely on complaints that come to us. We can't assume or know things that we don't know. If there is an issue at a school that somebody hasn't told us about, it's virtually impossible for us to do anything about that without knowing about it. In relation to we receive complaints about independent government and Catholic schools on a regular basis. Some of them are about, I've taken my student out of the school and they haven't given me my enrolment, my fee money back. Some of them are about unfairness or various issues at schools, as you can imagine.
Can I just stop you there? We were all here this morning when we heard the evidence. I spent the whole weekend reading through submissions. These are not new issues. These are things that have been on the public record since at least 2005. You admitted that NESA had gone and actually looked at this school in June 2005 and had made referrals to the New South Wales Police, the ATO, DCJ and a bunch of others. You were forewarned that this was a school that had issues. To now have yourself and the department sitting here saying, yes, but no one came to us with a complaint, there's an independent complaint mechanism. Do you feel any responsibility for not having proactively gone back and investigated, given all of the red flags that you've admitted were at least enough of a concern back in 2005 for all of those referrals to be made?
So if the question is, we've been to the school 6 times, and the issues that were raised in each time, they have an opportunity to and we do this with all schools. The aim is not to take away or accreditation of a school, registration of a school, is to make sure that they're improved and they follow the registration requirements. So the issues that were raised in the, as far as I'm aware, in 2005 were addressed by the school subsequently. Whether they were addressed to the adequacy of
the kids living there.
If we do not have complaints, if between 2005 and 2020 we received 6 complaints about the school, only 6.
But you were on notice that these people were unable to make complaints because of the high control group that they were in.
We were not on notice about that. I didn't have any, or NESA and my predecessors had no knowledge of an internal coercive structure, alleged. until that has come out recently. We operated and behaved as if that school was any other school that has registration requirements, that they haven't met them. We assist them in meeting their registration requirements. We have cyclical reviews and random inspections. And if there are complaints, it triggers us to do more. But there weren't complaints triggered between 2005 and 2025 that went to these matters.
The reports from 2005?
Yes, I have.
Did you watch the TV segments?
I did, yes.
It was very obvious then that the allegations were that this was a high control group where people were unable to leave and unable to speak out. Who else was supposed to investigate if it wasn't Nessa?
I think that in 2005, the information, and I think even concepts like coercive control were not understood, and I'm not sure even how we would have made that decision. But I'm not going to defend the practices of 2005 or 2010. All I can do is situate myself in this context right now with the level of complaints and allegations and attempt to move forward. Now, when I looked through, as I did from 2005, the extensive complaints and watched the 60 Minutes report and have heard much of the testimony today, what I see is an emerging realisation, not necessarily evident in the previous inspections, but quite clearly evident now that there are a number of issues to go forward with. But 2005, 21 years ago, the people who inspected that school did not see the issue of coercive control or it limiting complaints.
Hearing the evidence, do you believe that Nessa has the tools to do what's necessary to correct the obvious issues that have been identified?
What I would like to be able to do after this process is concluded and after we've gone through the complaints is provide appropriate advice about where there might be gaps in legislation or in intersections with other agencies. I think that's an appropriate response.
Be very helpful.
Thanks, Chair. Can I just ask, in terms of, you mentioned earlier about advice and concerns you had around the governance structures that were in place, and I think that was in 2005, is that correct?
No, that was later.
That was later. I'm looking at the most recent constitution for Redeemer, which was, interestingly, it replaced the memorandum and articles of association subscribed to by the founding members of the company in accordance with the resolution of the Extraordinary General Meeting held on 5 May 2026. So that suggests to me that they have only changed that very recently in terms of a constitution.
So the issues that were raised, I'll have to get the time right, but maybe 2019. I'll put that on notice when I've got it in front of me. There's a lot of dates here, but but those issues didn't go to that particular matter. They obviously went to other issues in relation to particular types of policies and procedures, training of staff, training of board members, etc., and I think a degree of separation of responsibilities within the governing board and the running of the school, which they addressed at the time.
So at the moment, when I look at the available documents, the company's annual report from 2025 and their constitution, there are 5 directors for Redeemer Baptist School. All 5 appear to be employed by the school, and they're listed as Ian David Cannon, who's the chairman, Philip William Bailey, who's the director and secretary. He's been there since 1989. Ian Cannon's been there since 1998 as a director. Jonathan Andrew Cannon, who is listed as a director, appointed in 1997. Then we've got Andrew Douglas Poyet, who has been a director since 2011, and Russell John Bailey, who was appointed a director in 2021. 5 directors, and all employed, at least to my understanding, or work at the school. The Constitution of Redeemer also states that the qualification of a director, and this is on page 9 of their Constitution, I'm happy to send it to you, the qualification of a director shall be that he, and I've put emphasis on that, he be one of the elders. So I don't think that they have successfully managed, and that this is, as I said, a document from May this year. It does not sound to me like they have addressed at all the concerns that were raised around the separation of powers and the governance structures.
What I would have to do, though, is ensure legally that their constitution and the makeup of their board is illegal or falls outside of regulatory requirements. I'm not attempting to defend it. I'm simply saying
is that good governance? You know, having 5 people, it's not good governance, is it?
I would suggest that the separation within the school needs to be more pronounced. But I'm not sure that I have the legislative responsibilities to demand that in terms of the way that our remit or even the law works around school boards. I think you'd find that there are many school boards.
Yeah, I've been on one.
Where there are pastors and religious leaders from within the school on the board.
But usually on a board of any kind, you ensure that you have a degree of independence.
Agreed.
A mix of skills.
Agreed.
You know, it's good governance.
Agreed.
And they are receiving, you know, a lot of state and federal government funding. So, you know, if it is again a potential gap, it may be another thing that...
It may also be a current line of inquiry.
Can I ask about international students? Who has responsibility for international students? And particularly, we've heard about students, international and other, being required to work in pretty sort of core maintenance and cleaning tasks at the school. Who has responsibility and oversight of that?
So if they're international students, they have to have appropriate educational requirements, living conditions. They can be inspected by NESA, and the safe and secure environment for those students at the school. The other matters you've raised, volunteer labour, etc., sit outside the NESA's registration requirements in relation to what students and what students do outside of school, in the same way they would in any other independent school where there are requirements outside of the school 9 to 5 operation. Having said that, though most schools operate with those expectations, and it might be all things to do with cleaning and work and working bees and maintenance and things that happen in schools, a formal relationship like that is very unusual.
Have you ever inspected the living arrangements for international students at Redeemer Baptist School?
Yes.
When was that?
Can I take that on notice?
Thank you. I understand that a number of documents were provided when NESA did look into Redeemer Baptist after the first lot of media in 2005. I'm told there was over 200 documents that were submitted at the time. Is that... are those documents you still have access to?
I would have to take on notice what we still have. Those, as my understanding is, those documents were assessed, again, referred to the appropriate agencies, that we addressed the issues that were specific to NESA and its remit in 2005, very different than the remit and the expansive responsibilities we have now. The school remedied the issues that were raised at that time, and they were given continued registration. There have been significant changes to legislation and registration processes since then, including 83C, but the BOSTES review, the random inspection process, heightened awareness on a range of fronts. So the process is very different now.
When it comes to the work that we've been told children have been doing or students have been doing at the school, is that something that falls within NESA's responsibility when it comes to, you know, whether that's an appropriate use of students or part of the curriculum?
I would guess it does not fit within current regulatory remit and registration responsibilities. I think what we look at is those things I mentioned earlier, the programming, the teaching of the syllabuses, the safe and secure environment, the very, I suppose you could call them narrowly defined regulatory requirements, the blurring of those into lunchtime or after school or whatever in relation to how students engage with the school is not something that NESA would have control over.
Can I just ask a follow-up? In terms of regulating or oversight over the after-school care program, that the school, we heard the school runs an after-school care program, and also they run a vet program, whether that's something that you've got jurisdiction over or if it's elsewhere.
Yeah, the New South Wales Early Learning Commission is the regulator for out-of-hours school care.
Okay.
So the independent commission that's been set up by this government is the regulator.
And for the vet courses that they offer?
You have to be a registered RTO registered training organisation to deliver vet courses. So you've got to go through requirements to attain that. My understanding is that the school is a registered RTO for, and I'll get the courses wrong, we're happy to come on notice if you like on what courses they are.
Building and architecture and IT.
So you need to meet a CEQA requirements to be an RTO. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Has NESA ever directed an audit of Redeemer's financial affairs under Section 83I?
No, not previously.
Is it something that you would consider doing now?
We would look at all matters raised in relation to the current allegations.
Okay, I will just...
Have you done that before for any other school?
I'd have to take that on notice, Mr. Deanna.
It's a very good question.
Thank you.
Can you also provide what the criteria is that triggers that type
Thank
of
you.
intervention?
Mr.
Can
Martin.
I just also just correct something, Chair? I said a CEQA for vet. Of course, I meant ASQA, the Australian Skills Quality Authority. I got my vet and early childhood mixed up. It's ASQA that gives the RTO status. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you to you both for participating. Mr. Martin, earlier you made the point that NESA is sort of the responsible authority, you know, for where complaints can be registered. Just in light of the allegations that we've heard relating to the Redeemer Baptist School, has NESA have any of those complaints and allegations been registered with NESA?
We've received. Firstly, as I've indicated, there are 3,000 schools. There are 800 independent and Catholic schools. We would not be able to deal with a volume of complaints about all matters in all schools at all times. So in many cases, if it's a matter that would be, the decision would be that it should be referred back to the school, we would do so. Go and talk to the principal, go and talk to the school. If it's a matter in relation to something that should trigger child protection or other more serious investigation, we would do that, or we would refer it on to another authority. There have been, as I understand it, there were 2 complaints between 2005 and 2020 and another 4. So we've had 6 complaints in relation to Redeemer Baptist since 2005 until we got the current issues coming forward.
Thank you. And just to follow up on that, in terms of what procedures are in place to ensure that students can report concerns independently of the school or the church leadership?
So we would have to trust that people, that parents and students can do that. And I understand that the whole tenor of the proceedings today has been an environment where that can't occur. But we can't presume that. We have to be able to assume that most schools answer and respond to most complaints and do that appropriately. And when we find in a pattern that that's not the case, we're in a position to make a larger issue of it. But as I said, there's not sure how many hundreds of thousands of students, but 3,000 schools, and we're not in a position to be able to be an independent arbiter of every complaint. But we have to be vigilant, and some of the evidence today indicates that I think the potential for people not to be able to make complaints in good faith has given us something to think about, work with and advise on going forward, if I can say that carefully.
Thank you. Mrs. Ward?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your participation today. Can I ask either of you or both of you to respond? And sorry if this has been touched on. It may be that you may not be able to comment and you could do so confidentially by way of taking it on notice, but I prefer to understand here, are there any present investigations, is my first question, and what would it take for a referral to Child Protection Services, given the evidence that we've heard today?
So there are a number of matters that NESA is looking at in relation to allegations made.
NESA is, sorry.
Yeah, in the 60 Minutes program. Admittedly, there is a difference. I know it's a complicated issue, but many of the issues related to the nature of the the faith rather than the school. There wasn't a clean separation, but we have to be able to identify which ones are school matters. So we're following up from the media reportage and the following media reports. I had a meeting with Mr. Glassop and his wife, and was provided with a series of other complaints, and we're going through those forensically and referring those to the appropriate authorities, and also looking at those ourselves. And 83C has become an issue that we're looking at the moment. But we are, as I said, they are matters under investigation, and I need to be fair that nothing's been decided and nothing's occurred other than the investigations at this stage.
Thank you. Did you want to add anything to that, Mr. Disdale?
At the department's end, the school predominantly Commonwealth funded. There's SRS, Schooling Resource Standing funding, that comes from the New South Wales Government. So there's New South Wales Financial Accountability Certification, which is an annual process that's required to be acquitted. It has to be signed by an ASIC registered auditor, and it has to meet Australian government guidelines. So there may be matters that pertain to the Commonwealth in relation to the appropriate expenditure of the SRS, but that would be something for the Commonwealth to answer to.
So to be fair to you and understand those restraints, to be fair to you, are there any present investigations being undertaken by the department as a result of all of this?
Not by the New South Wales Department of Education.
Given what you've heard, Mr. Disdard, does it prompt you to perhaps consider making any additional investigations?
Well, NESA, as the New South Wales Education Standards Authority, is the appropriate regulator, and if the Commonwealth requires any assistance from us in their work around the SRS accountability and its expenditure, then of course we would be an agency that would assist.
Have you reached out to your federal counterpart?
Yes.
Yes.
How and when?
We've been in touch with the Commonwealth Government about some of these matters because they pertain to Commonwealth funding.
Thank you. It's not a trick question. I'd simply say this though, given the context of what we've seen and heard under oath and on the record today, I understand the constraints that you have around funding and accountability and allocations and all of those things. But if we are on notice that there are children presently at risk, does that not prompt you to want to take some further action, whether or not it's in your remit, to say, hey, we potentially need to be a little bit more proactive here, rather than, I guess to be fair, what I'm hearing is it doesn't fit within the right box. It doesn't, standards and allocation of funding or acquittal of funding is a slightly different issue for the children that are presently there. I get that it's not your department, but does that not prompt you to forward it on to those who are responsible? Given there are children potentially.
Doesn't fit within the right box is not an adequate answer if the protection of children and young people is at risk. I say that unequivocally, and that our responsibility in our Act is the paramount consideration of the welfare and health and safety of children and young people. That's the work that's the overarching responsibility of NESA. So there may be two issues. One, our legislative remit, that what we can and can't do. It might be our relationship with other agencies that might come out of this, and it also might be more awareness of a holistic analysis of issues rather than the compartmentalising of them. So that's how I would answer that question. But a bureaucrat that says I'm following the rules and children are at risk is not doing their job.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. That's pleasing to hear, and I thank you for that. I guess I'd like to understand from you and Mr. Disdar how that might translate then into some action, and I'm happy for you to take that on notice or to take some steps subsequent to today, but it certainly is something that I feel, given what we've heard there and the circumstances and the context in which it is not easy ostensibly to make a complaint, it would seem, or there are serious considerations about why not to make a complaint, that it might be helpful for this committee to understand what proactive steps you might be taking from here. Does that make sense? Am I being unfair in that takeaway?
No, I understand. I was talking about the fiduciary requirements. Of course, Mr. Martin explains the child protection requirements really well. If the department had any concern before it around existing child protection concerns, we would also make the appropriate referrals, whether that be the Office of Children's Guardian, New South Wales Police, Department of Communities and Justice, or all three. We would do the same, Miss Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Disdar. You would do that. Are you going to do that?
Well, I've got to indicate if we had any material concern in front of us, that's the action we would take. It overrides any premise that I explained around the financial requirements, and of course we would liaise closely with the regulator as well.
But my understanding, your earlier evidence was that there are no present investigations. So,
the Department of Education has mostly the responsibilities for regulation and most of the matters that pertain to any independent school. They're now under the remit of NESA, apart from the early childhood space and the registered training authority area. Most of the responsibilities under NESA's remit, and we liaise closely with the department anyway in relation to those. And we are limited by and constrained by, reasonably enough, the laws of the land and the policies and guidelines and rules that pertain to them. But we can't, as I said earlier, we need to be mindful of the intent of the protection of children as well as the construct of the legislation.
All right, I'll leave it there, but that doesn't fill me with confidence that there are steps that are going to be taken. Presently, it seems there are none underway. Even speaking to federal counterparts or taking steps additionally from today, given the high likelihood of risk to children as we speak. But I'll leave that as a matter for you and for our committee to consider. Thank you.
Can I just ask a final question then? The Department of Communities and Justice was asked to appear today and they declined. We've asked them to appear on Friday, and I'm hoping that they will accept that invitation. Given everything you've heard today and what you've told us about the shared responsibility, would you expect DCJ to appear and front this inquiry as well?
I don't have a view on the decisions made by DCJ in relation to fronting an inquiry, Ms. Boyd.
I expected that would be the response.
Spoken like a true public servant.
Yeah. Right. That does conclude our time with you. We're very grateful that you accepted our invitation
Every
and
time.
came on
Thank
and
you.
answered so frankly. To the extent there were questions taken on notice or supplementary questions, the Committee Secretariat will be in touch. It's a 14-day turnaround for this inquiry. That concludes our time with you today. Before I conclude our hearing for the day, I did want to thank those in the gallery, particularly those who are ex-Redeemer Baptist School students and staff and members. I know that this has been an incredibly difficult day for many of you, particularly for those of you who gave testimony this morning. I wanted to thank you. I think you've done incredible work here in advancing this inquiry and hopefully some action into these issues. And I hope you take some comfort in the community that you find yourselves in today. Thank you. That concludes us.
Thank you.